Welcome to the June 3rd meeting of the Oceanside City Council. I'd like to go ahead and call this meeting to order and ask our city clerk to take roll.
Mayor Sanchez.
Present.
Deputy Mayor Joyce.
Present.
Councilmember Figueroa.
Present.
Councilmember Robinson. Councilmember Weiss.
Here.
Councilmember Robinson, can you please do us the honor of leading us in a Pledge of Allegiance?
Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Before I go any further, Pastor Brown, are you here? Okay, thank you. I'm going to go ahead and read the land acknowledgement. We acknowledge the Payam Kawicham, the people of the West, as the traditional land caretakers of the land on which Oceanside is built and its surrounding traditional cultural landscapes. Today, the Payam Kawicham are known as Luiseño and are made up of 7 bands: La Jolla, Palapalma, Pechanga, Rincon, San Luis Rey, and Saboba. We are mindful of the indigenous peoples in this place, and we pay our respects to the Luiseño, past, present, and emerging. We are grateful to have the opportunity to be part of this community in Luiseño territory and to honor their history, culture, and perseverance of spirit. Thank you. All right, this is a part that's that really reflects and honors our community here in Oceanside. It's at the very beginning of every meeting, council meeting, and it is the proclamations and presentations. And tonight, I can tell we have pride in the house. Yeah, yeah. So is Max here? All right, come on down, Max, and everybody else.
Also, with all due respect, since we have an extended family, I have a lot of sisters and brothers and nephews and nieces, so we would like for all of them to be here. We're gonna squeeze a little bit, but it's to honor this presentation and the lives of these folks, so thank you.
Thank you very much. And this is on, right?
Yeah, it is.
Okay. This is June. So that means it's June Pride Month. And so we do have a proclamation in honor of June Pride Month in the City of Oceanside 2026. As we celebrate and declare June as Pride Month in Oceanside, we stand with the lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, and queer community in our own City of Oceanside as they declare their own pride in who they are and who they love. June Pride Month is the birth of pride celebrations. We honor the civil rights achievements of the LGBTQ community through years of fights for equality, acceptance, dignity, and respect, often at great personal risk to themselves and many times to the loss of lives. The first New York protest at the Stonewall Inn in 1969 inspired pride celebrations around the world and sparked the LGBTQ civil rights movement in America. While there has been remarkable progress towards equality in recent years, members of the LGBTQ community in the United States and the world face unacceptable levels of discrimination and violence. This year alone, 790 anti-LGBTQ bills were introduced in the United States. So far, it is the highest number of anti-LGBTQ laws ever recorded in the history of the United States. Pride celebrations were banned in many states. Federal law is still not protecting LGBTQ people from being fired at work, and transgender service members are once again banned to serve. Whereas, the City of Oceanside is a multicultural, diverse community comprised of residents and visitors who come from all walks of life and from all over the world. And whereas the City of Oceanside promotes a respectful and inclusive environment where all diverse people are respected, included, affirmed, and celebrated. And whereas the North County LGBTQ Resource Center was founded in Oceanside in 2008, along with North County Pride by the beach, and it has been an advocate for equality and inclusiveness while providing valuable support and life-saving services in all of the North San Diego County region. And whereas since 2008, the LGBTQ Resource Center has served thousands of people every year and invested over $10 million, actually that had to be updated too. The place that you have, 12 million, in the community through employment and housing resources. It has created the first affirming gender care services and therapy services, provided countywide LGBTQ awareness training to police, hospitals, and school districts, hate crimes reporting and services for homeless youth and families, support to veterans and active duty military, immigrants and a youth shelter, and so much more. And whereas healthy and dynamic communities in the United States see LGBTQ centers as a driving force behind business development, safety, inclusiveness, and pride in our country's heritage and diversity. And whereas pride events in all cities contribute greatly to the local economy, including businesses, tax revenues, and tourism, as well as create a positive and inclusive image of the city of Oceanside. And whereas the North County LGBTQ Resource Center will be hosting Pride by the Beach this Saturday, June 6, 2026, from noon to 6 p.m. at the Oceanside Civic Center, attended by thousands of people. Now, therefore, be it resolved that I, Mayor Sanchez, on behalf of the City of Oceanside, do hereby declare June 2026 as June Pride Month in the City of Oceanside. Yeah. Welcoming and encouraging all North San Diego County communities and LGBTQ families and individuals to come together and celebrate Pride-related initiatives throughout the month of June, all with a lot of love. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Mayor. As always, thank you so much. Thank you, Mayor Esther Sanchez, Deputy Mayor Eric Joyce. Our actually main character for this event, which is our Pride Director, Roxanne Dedrich, is not here right now, but I wanted to honor her because she's really working 24 hours with her team to make sure that we're safe, proud, and also that all the community can show up in community this coming Saturday. So she's not here, but we're sending her our regards because she's really putting together an amazing party. So thank you, Roxanne Dedrich. And for all of you, thank you for being here today. I think that this Pride proclamation, I think it's been close to 19 years. This year is actually 19 years of Pride by the Beach here in Oceanside. I had to say, yes, I think that deserves an applause. Since day one, our mayor has been a great promoter of this experience and our LGBT rights, understanding since day one that it is our fight for civil rights in America. It is our American history, and it's one that we will celebrate every day beyond, especially the LGBT Center, beyond the Pride Month. So to the Pride Proclamation, as you all know, last year we rejected the Pride Proclamation. It came a week after a very unfortunate dynamics that we haven't fixed yet, because we still in Oceanside don't have the votes to raise the rainbow flag. We deserve better. And I think, and I know the mayor knows that, and so even the deputy mayor, Eric Joyce, they know that, so we really thank you for your support. I think the technicalities of raising the flag, who should be, who shouldn't be, why not this flag, why not, it goes out of the window when our communities, not just LGBT communities, are under attack. We need each other. We need the love, the support. It's solidarity, it's action, it's not just performative rainbow flags. So we want to make sure that while we know, our community knows that we don't need government approvals for being and existing and being who we are, at the same time, we do want the representation visibly in our own town, in our own city, and we will get there. I promise you that. in a time where people are getting targeted for who they are. We just 2 weeks ago, we were here commemorating the loss of our siblings in the Muslim communities, and on and on and on. We want to make sure that we have each other. As a city commissioner as well, in the Community Relations Commission, we have built a community of not just allies, but intentional partners. We call each other siblings, or hermano, hermana, and all between, because we understand that being Black, being Muslim, being a woman, being LGBT, being of different religions right now has become a target and a controversy in our identity politics when it shouldn't be. We're just here as Americans and non-Americans to exist and live in solidarity with each other, and that's what we are building here in Oceanside. So last but not least, we have decided this year to accept the proclamation because we want to respect the work of part of the leadership here at the council, but also our own efforts for many years. So say, hey, no, we deserve this. But at the same time, we're going to have a press conference outside by the fountains. So we're going to share a few words. Our youth are going to share their experience. Our churches are going to share their experience and why they're with us, with the LGBT community, our youth commissioners, and so forth, so that we can go home uplifted, elevated, and also with a plan in mind to make sure that this visibility goes beyond the Pride Month and is built every day in the kindness, in the solidarity that we built in our work, and in supporting people against any kind of criminalizations, from poverty to race to identity. So thank you so much, Mayor, and we'll see you next time. Thank you.
Thank you, Max. Yeah, we're gonna do a picture. Okay, we're gonna do a picture. I invite the council members to come and join me up here, join us. Okay, so, how about if we do this? Come on, Heather. Okay, happy Pride Month! Yay! Sure. This is the attorney. Did you want counsel? Okay, you want the attorney down? Oh, yes.
We'll be there.
All right.
Yes, my name.
So happy Pride Month.
You were working.
No. Private practice.
I know, no, I met
They were all.
And Pastor Sheldon is here in the house. So I'd like for everybody to rise for the invocation, because we definitely always welcome an invocation at the beginning of our meetings. So thank you for rising. Thank you, Pastor Sheldon, for being here and doing all the great things that you do for our city of Oceanside.
Please excuse my tardiness. It's a nice big crowd out there. But thank you, Madam Mayor, council members, and everyone else, distinguished dignitaries. Let's lift up the Lord right now. Father God, we come before you this evening. We lift up the name of Jesus. We thank you for peace, harmony, and love all throughout this community, throughout this city of Oceanside. This great city, Father God, that you have watched over all these years. You have brought peace and love here because of our love for you and our love for one another. Let us continue to love each other in the communities all around us. And let us look down on no one, but let us lift up everyone as you have lifted us up.
and watched over us and protected us. Continue to protect our minds and our hearts, Father God, as we seek to love you and love one another and bring love in our communities, and especially in this city of Oceanside. Bless us as we come together. Bless everything that's being done in this city, and may we continue to unite together to do the work you have called us to do, to bring this community together with love and respect for one another. In Jesus' name, amen.
Thank you. You may be seated, and we've got our next presentation proclamation. Now, I'm sure if I were to ask you, when was the City of Oceanside actually founded? All right, Jimmy, you know this. 1888. 1888. And who knows the organization that has, well, maybe not in 1888, but very near 1888, the oldest organization in Oceanside. The Chamber of Commerce, celebrating 130 years this year. Come on down, Chamber. And actually, Scott Ashton, the CEO, is also celebrating 30 years, right? So this is a wonderful, wonderful organization and that has really, just in the last few years, just really progressed and incorporated a lot of our businesses, including our nonprofits. And so I do have a proclamation. They are going to have a shindig to celebrate that. Shindig. Well, if you golf, do you guys golf? I don't, but I'm going to go to the reception. Yeah, you know, what was that? Those cartoons where the person, swings and they go around and around. That's what I do. And I thought it was just a cartoon, but actually, it really happens. But anyway, this is a proclamation to honor the Oceanside Chamber of Commerce 130th anniversary, whereas the Oceanside Chamber of Commerce was founded in 1896 and has proudly served the businesses of Oceanside for 130 years. And whereas throughout its long and distinguished history, the Oceanside Chamber of Commerce has played a vital role in supporting local businesses, advocating for economic growth, strengthening workforce development, and promoting a thriving and united Oceanside community. And whereas the Oceanside Chamber of Commerce has served as a trusted convener of business leaders, community organizations, educational institutions, military partners, and government agencies to address important community priorities and opportunities. And whereas the Chamber has led and supported countless initiatives and signature events that enrich the quality of life in Oceanside, including programs focused on leadership development, military appreciation, education, partnerships, small business support, community engagement, and economic vitality. And whereas through programs such as the Rising Star Scholarship Program, Oceanside Leadership Academy, Operation Appreciation, health and wellness initiatives, and workforce development partnerships, the Chamber continues to make a lasting impact on future generations and the broader Oceanside community. And whereas the Oceanside Chamber of Commerce remains committed to its mission of providing advocacy and resources that help businesses and the community thrive while continuing to build a strong future for the city of Oceanside. And whereas the year 2026 marks the 130th anniversary of the Oceanside Chamber of Commerce, representing more than a century of dedicated service, leadership, and investment in the success of Oceanside and its residents. Now, therefore, be it resolved that I, Mayor Sanchez, on behalf of the City Council of the City of Oceanside, do hereby recognize and congratulate the Oceanside Chamber of Commerce on the celebration of its 130th anniversary, and hereby proclaim July 13th, right? Yes. July 13th, 2026, as Oceanside Chamber of Commerce Day in the City of Oceanside. And extend sincere appreciation for its enduring commitment to the business community and the City of Oceanside. Thank you all. Thank you. Thank you. And Scott, I'd like to hand the mic to you.
All right. I will be brief, but I just want to just start by thanking my staff, my amazing team, and board and advisors. you know, they set the direction of the chamber. I'm just kind of in the middle, and so I'm just grateful for everything that they do. And just being Oceanside's longest standing business is something that we're very proud of, and just the opportunity to serve our amazing community with new programs. Thankful for your support, Mayor and council members, for everything that you do to support our city. Thank you all for coming out to visit our new location. So for those of you that might not know, the chamber is out in the Ocean Ranch area now, over by Front Wave Arena, and really excited to serve the community from a new location, and it's been great for us. And I'd be remiss if I didn't mention our biggest event of the year is coming up on June 27th, and that's our USA 250 Festival, taking place right after the Independence Parade. So hopefully you'll join us for that, and all the information is on our website. But thank you again, Mayor, for this opportunity.
Thank you. And did you want to say who all is here?
Okay, yeah. So from our board, we have Cameron and Kevin, and Janelle and Elizabeth are on the chamber team. I get to work with them every day, as I do with Vanessa. Lori's a board member. Michelle is an advisor. Bill is a board member, and Leslie is an advisor. So grateful for all of you.
Well, thank you, and I look forward to the festivities on July 13th, and I understand there are still tickets available.
Oh yeah, it's free.
Oh, it's free.
13th, golf.
Oh, the 13th, no, the golf is not free.
Okay. I was going to say, oh, wow, maybe I will golf now.
June 27th.
June 27th.
Yeah, June 27th
Yes.
is free, yeah.
And that's a celebration for the 250th anniversary of our country.
Yes.
Yes.
And I neglected to mention, Kevin is actually the chair of our board, so I'm not just a board member, so. Yeah.
All right, with the council, please join me for a picture. Happy 130th anniversary or birthday, yeah. All right, thank you. Thank you. Congratulations. Thank you. Thank you, Vanessa. All right, our last proclamation is very special also because it involves a company. It was something that we started to do as a city, and that is look into pharma. It was really on a wing and a prayer that this actually happened. And so I'm so proud to be able to honor Genentech today. And we have Dan Hagavisha here with us, along with Michelle Geller. She's going to join. And they are celebrating their 50th anniversary. So whereas Genentech is celebrating the 50th anniversary in 2026, marking a half-century since its pioneering work led to the inception of the modern biotechnology industry, and its legacy is recognized as a foundation for biotech career paths in San Diego County. And whereas Genentech founded the biotechnology industry in 1976 by integrating a recombinant DNA technology, okay, I probably said that wrong, into drug discovery, a scientific disruption that established new standards for medicine and has led to more than 40 life-changing medicines on the market in the United States for serious diseases. And whereas for 5 decades, Genentech has been fueled by an unparalleled passion for science and a pioneering spirit, driving groundbreaking discoveries that have fundamentally changed patients' lives and reduced the burden of complex health challenges on society. And whereas true leadership is measured by the societal impact of scientific discoveries, and Genentech has consistently prioritized improving healthcare access and outcomes for all patients, helping more than 4 million people in the United States through patient assistance programs for nearly 30 years. And whereas Genentech Oceanside, that's OCN, operates a critical multi-product drug substance manufacturing facility encompassing 60 acres and 575,000 square feet, and is a vital component of the company's global biomanufacturing network. And whereas the OCN facility directly supports the City of Oceanside and the surrounding region by employing over 500 Genentech employees and contractors, and contributes to the long-term growth of U.S. manufacturing and its scientific excellence, and has produced pioneering therapies, including the development of the first targeted antibody for cancer in the United States, that's Rituxan, and produces life-saving medicines such as Acetemra and Avastin. And whereas Genentech is now leading the next revolution in human health by pioneering the integration of AI and data science into every facet of drug discovery and patient care, backed by one of the industry's largest pipelines, with 72 new investigational medicines in clinical development and a commitment to deliver 20 transformative medicines by 2029. And whereas Genentech Oceanside is committed to strengthening the local workforce pipeline and innovation ecosystem by directly supporting the 2-year bioprocess technician programs at Maricosta Community College, which serves as a major workforce feeder and has inspired local K-12 biotechnology STEM pathway programs. And whereas the Oceanside site has demonstrated a commitment to creating sustainable STEM career opportunities and investing in the long-term growth and modernization of manufacturing capabilities, such as their newest investment, Oceanside Single-Use Facility, which is a LEED Platinum certificated facility to meet the needs of patients in the future. And whereas City of Oceanside recognizes the biotech industry pioneered by Genentech as a core economic driver and recognizes the company's dedication to community engagement, including support for local businesses through Genentech Goes to Town and fostering employee volunteerism through programs such as Gives Back Week and Employee DNA Clubs. And whereas Genentech's 50th anniversary provides an opportunity to honor its continued influence on economic development, science, and public health in the City of Oceanside and across San Diego County for the next 50 years. Now, therefore, be it resolved that I, Mayor Sanchez, on behalf of the City Council of the City of Oceanside, do hereby commemorate Genentech Oceanside's 50th anniversary and officially proclaim today, June 3rd, 2026, as Genentech Day in the City of Oceanside. And do hereby commend Genentech for its enduring commitment to scientific excellence, its pioneering dedication to patients, and its invaluable partnership and investment in the community of Oceanside, and look forward to continuing this successful partnership for decades to come as Genentech leads the next era of biotechnology and innovation. Thank you, Dan.
Wow, thank you, Mayor Sanchez, and all the members of the City Council. Really appreciate the recognition. It's great to be here with all of you. As you mentioned, this year marks our 50th anniversary. We are the original biotech company. We started the industry, and the Oceanside site is really, really proud to be part of that legacy. What I really like about the company is that every day, employees show up to work with really a shared purpose, and that's to deliver these life-saving medicines to patients all around the world. It's really remarkable. And while we deliver these medicines, like literally hundreds of thousands of doses of medicines to patients around the world, the thing that's really special is that Oceanside is actually the place where the magic happens. So we're the part of the organization that is producing these amazing medicines for patients around the world, and we're really proud of that. So we're very, very grateful to be part of this community. We're really proud of the partnerships that we have with the local schools, the colleges, the nonprofits, and all of the agencies here. And so on behalf of all of the employees at Genentech, thank you for this honor. We really appreciate the partnership, and we look forward to continuing to work with you for at least another 50 years. So thank you, everybody. Thank you.
And thank you for deciding that it had to be Oceanside where you wanted to do this phenomenal work, life-saving phenomenal work. So congratulations again. We're going to go ahead and take a picture, and if council members can join me for this picture. Thank you. Okay. All right, next we have our closed session report. Mr. Burke.
Thank you, Mayor. The council met earlier today in closed session on item 1, conference with labor negotiator, specifically regarding the OPOA non-sworn division. Direction provided, no reportable action under the Brown Act, and no meeting on item 2.
All right, thank you. Now we have consent calendar items 3 through 23. Item 12 has been pulled and will be at our next council meeting, heard at our next council meeting. So are there any requests to pull by the public?
We have a request by the public to pull items number 9, 10, 13, and 16.
Any other requests from the council members?
Move approval of the balance.
Okay, there's a motion to move approval of the balance, and there is a second. Please vote.
Motion approved, 5-0.
Thank you. I'm going to do 2 minutes for these, so I'm going to go ahead and start with item number 9, correct?
Correct.
And who wishes to speak on this?
Jason
Malik. Jason? And this is staff recommends City Council approve Amendment 3 to the professional services agreement with GeoPacifica in the amount of $200,000 for revised total contract amount not to exceed $790,000 to allow for a single-year extension of as-needed capital improvement program and land development support services, and authorize the city manager to execute the amendment upon receipt of all necessary documents, including any edits required by the city attorney that do not result in any addition to the compensation paid to the consultant. Mr. Malik?
Thank you. My name is Jason Malik, and I'm an Oceanside stakeholder. I corresponded with the principal of GeoPacifica on May 4th, 2026, and had a follow-up meeting with that representative on May 11th, 2026, regarding several issues of public access, including potential non-conforming and unpermitted private property encroachments into public beach areas and state trust lands. Those encroachments negatively affect the safety, usability, and quality and utility of the already limited space dedicated to the general public who utilizes and has protected rights to those areas. I followed up multiple times, including photos and accounts of issues discussed during our conversations, and despite being told I would receive a notification of review and corrective action, as of today, I still have not been updated. I saw this agenda item, which increases the amount of the contract with this vendor by approximately 40% of the initial budget, without seeing any specific details of the expanded services, scope of contract, or record of competing bids. I'm requesting that my verbal and written reports and statements be promptly considered and formally addressed. My concerns relate to private property modifications which extended to public land and thereby reduce the size and value of our shared public spaces. I believe these current and existing issues of public protection should be prioritized over any business related to new or prospective development. One of the issues of concern pertains to a recently extended revetment seawall along Oceanside's coast, which has been rebuilt and expanded to exist within the practical protected boundary of our 4.6-foot mean high water line, and creates a condition that directly and distinctly restricts and prohibits lateral littoral ocean access, potentially violating the California Coastal Act and California Coastal Commission permitting. In this situation where the revetment seawall has been relocated seaward by private property interests, the new condition has created an immediate and constant negative effect for members of the general public seeking to exercise their rights of ocean access, and it will likely cause accelerated erosion of sand and excessive expenditure of public funds related to sand replenishment project recently announced by the Army Corps of Engineers, as well as be cost detrimental to any other separate sand retention or replenishment projects which will require public funds to be spent in the city of Oceanside. I'd like this council to ensure that the existing public rights of way and public efficiency of funds are protected and prioritized before new development plans and projects are considered or promoted. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. Mr. Malik, this is just a contract. It's not tied to any projects. So this is just a contract for professional service agreements.
Understood. I just hope that their work is being done with public in mind and not any other agenda.
Right. Okay, well, thank you very much for your comments. Councilmember Weiss?
Move approval, staff recommendation.
Okay, is there a second? There's a motion and second. Please vote.
Motion approved, 5-0.
Next is item number 10, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. Number 10, staff recommends City Council approve Amendment 5 to the Public Works Agreement with Singh Group in the amount of $971,976 for a new agreement total not to exceed $4.2 million for encampment-related trash removal services, and authorize city manager to execute the amendment. This is a contract. Mr. Knott.
Mayor, council members, Jimmy Knott, 127 Sherry Lane. Again, the agenda calls me down here tonight. First off, I read the staff report, and it made me wonder if this is for encampment-related trash removal, and it's for about $1 million to help pick up it. How, and I didn't see into the report maybe about doing some homeless training job referrals, like training opportunities with the Singh Group. I was wondering if, number one, if there is such a training opportunity being offered by the Singh Group for our Oceanside homeless population that we're spending this money for to help those people. I didn't see that. The second thing that brought to mind was, there is this cleanup that's being done. What if the public wants to, see some problems in a campment area that maybe has not been seen by either our staff or by the Singh Group or by other officials? Who do they contact? What's their number? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is there a motion? I'll go ahead and move approval. Is there a second? All right. There's a motion and a second. Please vote.
Motion approved, 5-0.
Thank you. Item number 13. Staff recommends City Council approve 32 three-year professional service agreements with consulting firms, each in amounts not to exceed $200,000 per fiscal year, for a total of $600,000 over the 3-year period for as-needed capital improvement program and land development services, and authorize city manager to execute the agreements upon receipt of all necessary documents, including any edits required by the city attorney that do not result in any addition to the compensation paid to the consultants. Mr. Knott.
Again, Mayor, council members, Jimmy Knott. After reading this item, I was a little bit confused. Is this $600,000 going to be for all 32 agreements, or for one, for $200,000 to $600,000? Because if it's 32 agreements with $200,000 to $600,000, the total amount is not $600,000, it's $6,400,000 maximum. I didn't see that total into the report. I would like to have some clarification. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Knott. Actually, what the staff report basically says that this is as needed, so it may be once or twice a year. Altogether, it is for the maximum of $600,000 over a 3-year period. Mr. Borrego, did you want to add?
Yeah, I would add that. So each contract is for up to $200,000 a year per firm. However, most of those firms do not receive work, so that money is never spent. Essentially, it's a placeholder in case those services are needed. But by and large, the majority of those consultants that are listed will not see any work given to them, but we just essentially keep those contracts on hold in case we ever need to use those services.
And in the staff report, each one, there's several firms, but each one's highly specialized, so that have actually been used by the city. So they have been very successful. Is that correct, Mr. Borrego? Yes. All right, Deputy Mayor?
Do we have an accounting of what was spent with these consulting groups this year? How much they were utilized this?
I'll defer to our project manager, Kimberly Corbin, and if not, then we will provide that information subsequent to this meeting if she doesn't have that information handy.
Good evening, Kimberly Corbin, Senior Civil Engineer with the Development Services Engineering Group. Jonathan Borrego is correct. I do not have that information at this time, but we do keep accounting of all of that information and can supply that after this meeting.
Right.
Just following up, were they used though? Or do we know if they were used this year at all?
We utilize some of them, not all of them. So we had, I believe, up to 29 contracts the last 3 years. We probably utilized maybe 15 to 20 of those contracts, but we never exceeded the 200,000 except for Geopacific, for instance. We're up to Amendment 2, so we come back to council anytime we are requesting additional money over the 200,000. The only consultants that we've done that is with about 5 of them.
Thank you so much. Just adding on, this brought up by members, and I don't have any more questions, brought up by members of the public, and again, as we're looking at our budget, I mean, we're looking at our budget tonight and we're seeing challenges with funding some programs that we really love. I would like to better understand how much we rely on consultants and whether there are efficiencies with us hiring on staff versus having a lot of consultant work. So I just kind of flag that for my colleagues, and hopefully we can have that discussion soon.
And I think all the time that I've been on the council, that has actually been a criteria, that if it's makes sense fiscally, then we do look at hiring, but at this time, that is not fiscally prudent. I'm going to go ahead and move approval. Is there a second? Okay, there's a motion and a second. Please vote.
Motion approved, 5-0.
Thank you. Item number 16, City Treasurer and staff recommend the City Council accept the City Treasurer report for the quarter ending March 31st, 2026, and adopt a resolution approving the City of Oceanside investment policy. Mr. Knott?
Yes, City Council members, Mayor, Council members. Chairman Knott, I would like to, since the City Treasurer is not afforded a regular public, reporting time, I would like to ask that the City Treasurer be given this opportunity to provide an update to myself and the community about her office and the state of the city's treasury, being that it is about $500 million. So thank you.
Thank you. And perhaps, is that something you could put on the agenda specifically to do a presentation at a future meeting?
So, Mayor, I can respond to Mr. Knott in a fairly brief manner.
Okay.
Okay, so my report has a couple of items of interest. The first is an update of our Oceanside investment policy. And what it does, there's some minor tweaks to align it with our recent legislative updates. We review it continuously, and every year we update it to make sure we are compliant with all the laws and all the best practices of the California Municipal Treasurers Association. So that is up for approval. It has been approved by the Citizens Investment Oversight Committee, so again, it's up for the council to look at and approve. The second, which is probably more interesting to everybody, it's the quarterly report ending March 31st. And I just would like to remind everybody that our investment objectives are preserve principal. We want to make sure that we have the money that we need when we need it. We ensure liquidity. We ensure that we've got 6 months of operating monies available to pay our bills and cover any contingencies that might arise. And then finally, when all those are met, we try to attain a market rate of return, and we are meeting all these objectives. So the value of our investment portfolio increased by 10.8%, or $56.7 million over the last year. It increased by $5.6 million from the prior quarter, despite the ongoing geopolitical disruptions. And a minor correction to Mr. Knott, our book value currently, or as of March 31st, was $580 million, $344,647. So we are doing very well, and we don't foresee any major changes.
In terms of the investments, yes.
Yes, so thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you. I'd like to go ahead and move approval. Is there a second? Okay, there's a motion and a second. Please vote.
Motion approved, 5-0.
Thank you. And if at any time in the future, if you'd like to do an actual presentation, just go ahead and add it to the agenda at a time when we don't have 8 hearings. So, thank you. All right, we're on general items. Item number 24, staff recommends City Council introduce an ordinance establishing the prohibition of vehicles in excess of 7 tons per Type 3 truck. That's a truck with 3 axles. In excess of 7 tons per Type 352 truck, that's a truck with semi-trailer with 5 axles. And in excess of 8 tons per Type 3-3, and that's a truck in fuller trailer with 6 axles. From using North Coast Highway Bridge over the San Luis Rey River Bridge, north of State Route 76. We have a presentation by Tila Cotter, our city traffic engineer.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and council members. My name is Tila Cotter, City Traffic Engineer. I'm here to present the following item pertaining to the weight limitations on San Luis Rey River Bridge, also referred to as the Coast Highway Bridge. Staff recommends that the City Council introduce an ordinance to establish the prohibition of vehicles in excess of 7 tons for Type 3 and Type 3S2 trucks, and vehicles in excess of 8 tons for Type 3-3 trucks from using the San Luis Rey River Bridge. The bridge is located between State Route 76 and Harbor Drive and is parallel to I-5 just on the west side. The bridge was built in 1929. Caltrans recently conducted inspections of the bridge and notified the city of the recommendation to implement a reduced load rating on the bridge. Adhering to Caltrans' recommendation, the city moved forward with having 2 signs installed south of the bridge facing northbound traffic and 2 signs installed north of the bridge facing southbound traffic. And as you can see, those are the signs that were installed for a total of 4 signs. So in conclusion, staff recommends that the City Council introduce an ordinance establishing the prohibition of vehicles in excess of 7 tons per Type 3 and Type 3S2 trucks and in excess of 8 tons for Type 3-3 trucks from using San Luis Rey River Bridge north of State Route 76. I'm happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you. Councilmember Weiss, did you have a question?
Yes, I have a question for staff. What's the schedule for replacing that bridge?
Brian Thomas, City Engineer, is here to help answer that question.
Thank you.
Mr. Thomas, you must have anticipated that question.
I did. Thank you, Honorable Mayor. City Council members, Brian Thomas, City Engineer. We're looking to begin construction either late 2027 or early 2028.
Thank you. I'll move approval of staff recommendation.
Is there a second?
I'll second, but I have a comment.
Yes, and I do, are there any requests to speak from the public?
There are no requests for speak from the public.
And then before you start, Mr. Burke, did you want to say something?
Just briefly, if the motion could include, we need a minor change to section 3. It's missing a modifier. It should read to publish this ordinance in the North County Times or a newspaper of general circulation. So I just would like the ordinance that's introduced to include that direction.
North County Times?
Correct, it's an old form, so if the simplest thing is or a newspaper of general circulation. Yes.
All right, that's been incorporated, is that correct? Councilmember Weiss?
And I'll second that. And I just wanted to say, because I asked this, that there is an exemption for public safety vehicles, such as fire, can still cross the bridge. I want the public to know they're safe.
Councilmember Robinson, I would like to direct that question to Caltrans. There's a gentleman here who helped with the inspections. Let me get his name fully correct here. Tim Bacon. Tim, if you can come up here, please. Yeah. Because I know the trucks are over the tonnage, but I understand your questions. Please.
Thank you for your time. My name is Tim Bakken. I work for the State of California Department, with Caltrans. I'm a registered professional engineer in the state of California. As for the result of your questions, that is a hard weight limit. It should be 7 tons, and 8 tons. There should be no exemptions for public safety vehicles.
Okay, thank you. We'll have to work with staff on that, because I think that's problematic for us.
Right there, I guess we can look into alternative routes or have further conversations afterwards, but definitely need this to be put in place and it can be amended if need be. Thank you very much for that information. You got us to do a little more homework.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Figueroa.
Thank you, Mayor. What is so let's say we have a repeat offender who's constantly not following the signs. What's the violation, or what happens?
If there is reports of repeat violations, then, and that come to me, I would report it to OPD, and the thought process would be OPD would be out there, hopefully, if we know certain times and days, enforcing it. And I do not know what the cost would be or anything like that. I'm sorry.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, we do have a motion and a second. Please vote. Oh, let's see. This is introduce the ordinance. Yes.
Thank you.
Please title the ordinance.
Thank you. This is the first reading and introduction of an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Oceanside establishing the prohibition of trucks in excess of 7 tons and 8 tons from driving on the San Luis Rey River Bridge, North Coast Highway.
Right. Please vote.
Motion approved, 5-0.
Right, thank you. And I guess we'll get started on the next general item. That's item number 25. Staff recommends City Council adopt a resolution, number 1, of submitting a ballot measure to the qualified electors of the City of Oceanside for general municipal election on Tuesday, November 3rd, 2026, proposing an amendment to the Oceanside City Charter to conform prevailing wage and fair competition provisions for public works contracts with state law. And number 2, authorizing ballot arguments in favor of the measure. And 3, directing the city attorney to prepare an impartial analysis. And we do have a report by our city clerk, Mr. Zeb Navarro.
Thank you. Madam Mayor, Honorable Mayor, City Council members, Zeb Navarro, Oceanside City Clerk. Tonight, staff is recommending that the City Council submit a charter amendment measure to Oceanside voters at the November 3rd general municipal election. Secondly, to authorize ballot arguments in favor of the measure and direct the city attorney to prepare an impartial analysis. So a little background on how we got here. Back June 8th, 2010, the City of Oceanside approved Proposition K, which established Oceanside as a charter city. On May 20th of this year, the City Council directed staff to prepare a charter amendment measure for the November 2026 ballot. On November 3rd, 2026, Oceanside voters will consider the proposed charter amendment if the council places it on the ballot tonight. So what would change? Section 301 and Section 302 will change, and it will update the charter language regarding prevailing wage requirements, which will align the charter provisions with current state law. It will also remove ambiguity regarding state funding eligibility. In Section 303, it will clarify that the City Council authority regarding project labor agreements maintain taxpayer protection, transparency, and accountability provisions. It also ensures continued eligibility for state grants and financial assistance for public works projects. The proposed ballot question would be to preserve the city's ability to continue receiving state infrastructure funding for public works project. Shall the Oceanside City Charter be amended to conform to state laws and best practices regarding prevailing wage and fair competition, including the use of project labor agreements for city public works with mandatory provisions for taxpayer protections, transparency, and accountability in the contracting process by amending sections 301, 302, and 303 of the Oceanside City Charter. The next step would be for the council action for the following. Submit the charter amendment measure to Oceanside voters at the November 3rd general municipal election. Authorize ballot arguments in favor of the measure. Direct the city attorney to prepare an impartial analysis. For the approval of this ballot measure, it will only be a simple majority, which will be 50% plus one. And if approved, the amendment will be filed with the California Secretary of State and become part of the Oceanside City Charter. That concludes my presentations. Staff is available to answer any questions that you may have. We also have our city attorney as well to answer any questions.
Thank you. And how many requests to speak are there?
We do have 11 speakers on this item.
11, okay. Well, I guess we're going to have to wait until after the public hearing items then for that. So we're going to go ahead and we'll have to stop our process on this item, and we will return to this after we hear all of our public hearing items, which are required to be heard at or near the time of 6 p.m. So we will be, when we resume, we will be hearing from the public. All right, so it's now 6 o'clock. I'm going to go ahead and call the first public hearing item. That's the item number 26. Staff recommends City Council receive a public report on the status of the City of Oceanside's employee vacancies, including information on recruitment and retention efforts. I'm going to go ahead and open this public hearing and request disclosures from council members regarding constituent contacts and correspondence.
Staff only.
Staff. No contact.
Staff.
Report.
Mr. Varro, do we have any correspondence and or petitions?
We have not received any correspondence or petition on this item.
All right, so we're going to go ahead and begin with a presentation by Chelsea Phoebus, our Human Resources Director. Ms. Phoebus?
Good evening, Mayor, members of council. I'm here to talk about AB 2561, which is our recruitment and retention efforts here at the City of Oceanside. So tonight we're going to talk about the requirements of AB 2561, our specific city statistics, and our recruiting and retention efforts. So under AB 2561, this is a California law that was enacted in 2025 that requires public agencies to monitor staffing levels. It establishes a reporting threshold of 20% where if our vacancy rate exceeds 20%, it gives represented groups the ability to address councils and boards to talk about hiring practices and recruiting and retention efforts. The goal of this particular law was to increase transparency in hiring practices. There are some other requirements to AB 2561. It requires that we regularly monitor our vacancy rates, and if they do exceed that 20% threshold, we do need to report them out to our bargaining units. And then again, if the rates exceed that 20%, the bargaining groups can make a presentation to City Council. Our current vacancy rates here in the city, I'm happy to report, are all under 20%. And so with OMSI, which is our Ocean Marine Safety Unit, we're at 0. OCEA, which is our City Employees Association, we're at 5.42, I think. And then OPOA is 2.94. Our non-sworn is our highest in our double digits, but we're still under the 20% at roughly 14.5. Our police management, we're at 0. Our fire, we're at 4.17. Our fire management, we're at 0. Our management employees, we're at 4. And our engineers, we're at 10% vacancy. And then cumulative across all levels, we're at 4.5. So we're really doing really well here. So I'm very happy to report that. Some of our strategies for success, we have adaptive retention strategies. We come to council when we identify issues. We bring, if we have a long-standing vacancy where we've identified an issue with potentially a rate, we'll come to council and we'll adapt to the market. We have an EMT fire hand crew pipeline that feeds into our potentially our fire department. We have internships, and we also have the military skill bridge that builds a bridge between exiting military partners and workforce openings that we have here at the city. So going forward, we continue to monitor our staffing levels on a regular basis. We report outwards to our bargaining groups. We continue to evaluate industry trends in hiring and retention efforts to make sure that we're staying consistent with what's happening out in the industry. We notify our collective bargaining groups when our thresholds or if our thresholds exceed 20%. And if you have any questions or anybody has any questions about our recruiting efforts, we encourage you to contact Human Resources. We're happy to talk about our recruiting efforts, our benefits package, our initiatives, and our vacancy rates. And that is it.
Thank you very much. Do we have any requests that have been presented for this item?
We only have one registered speaker on this item.
All right, so this is a public hearing. This is a time for the public to give their input to the council on this very specific item. You do not even have to have signed up. We do hear first from folks who have in fact signed up. So the first and only person who signed up is Mr. Jimmy Knott. So Mr. Knott.
Mayor, council members, Jimmy Knott, 127 Sherry Lane. My interest in this is about the question of replacement, employee replacement. Whether or not that they being affected by technology or AI or even self-service. How is it being affected and what is the implication in future assessments? I was wondering that is this being considered and has there been any projection analysis? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anyone else wishing to address the council on this item? I see no one rising, so I'm going to go ahead and close this part of the public hearing and go to staff. Ms. Vivas, where'd you go? Oh, there you are. Sorry. I was wondering if you were sitting behind one of the podiums. There was a question. This is basically just a report that is required by the state of California, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, so nothing really needs to happen unless you meet a threshold, and
That's
then
correct.
there's some activity, some action that is required and should be required.
Correct. And so if we do exceed the 20% threshold for any of the groups, then the group would be notified prior to this hearing, and they would have the opportunity to present to you this evening.
And this would be addressed to the unions
Correct.
that represent the city employees.
That's correct.
All right.
Yeah.
All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, so we hereby receive the report. That is the only action that is being requested this time. There is no need for a motion. Thank you. So next item is item number 27. And this is actually adoption of our budget, which is a very long paragraph. And let me see if I can at least to let people know what we're going to be discussing. Staff recommends City Council, Community Development Commission, and the Harbor District Board take the following actions to adopt the fiscal year 2026-27 operating and capital improvement program budgets and authorize a lump sum prepayment to CalPERS. So there are 8 requested actions. Number 1, adopt a resolution approving the appropriation limitation as required by Article 8B of the state constitution as modified by Proposition 111 for fiscal year 26-27. Number 2, adopt a resolution approving the fiscal year 2026-27 City of Oceanside operating budget. 3, adopt a resolution approving the fiscal year 2026-27 City of Oceanside Measure X operating budget, which was continued. Oh, no, it's just the operating budget, right? Number 4, adopt a resolution approving the fiscal year 2026-27 City of Oceanside Capital Improvements Program budget. Number 5, adopt a resolution approving the fiscal year 2026-27 Community Development Commission operating budget. Number 6, adopt a resolution approving the fiscal year 26-27 Small Craft Harbor District operating budget. Number 7, adopt a resolution approving the fiscal year 26-27 Small Craft Harbor District Capital Improvements Program budget. And finally, 8, approve a lump sum prepayment to CalPERS estimated at $25.97 million for the city's annual required unfunded liability contribution for both safety and miscellaneous retirement plans. Prepayment will provide an estimated $868,524 in savings, which will be directly applied to the city's CalPERS unfunded liability. I'm going to go ahead and open this public hearing and request disclosure from council members regarding constituent contacts and our correspondence.
Staff, and we've had a number of workshops with public input.
Staff's public.
Staff, the workshops, I have had some questions from the public and also discussions with staff.
Staff, the public workshops, lots of conversations with the public, including a community workshop.
Staff, the public workshops, and several conversations with community members.
Thank you. Mr. Navarro, do we have any correspondence and or petitions?
All the correspondence we received has been forwarded to the council prior to the meeting.
All right, thank you. We're going to begin with a presentation by Ms. Jill Moya, who's our Financial Services Director. And we'll go ahead and if someone from a council member has some questions, we can go ahead and address them to Ms. Moya. And then we will then go to the public and then come back to the council. So the public will be able to ask questions of the entire 8 items. All right, so, and then we will be taking them all at once as well. So, Ms. Moya?
All right. Good evening, Honorable Mayor and council members. I'm Jill Moya, Financial Services Director, and I'm here tonight to present item number 27, the proposed budget for fiscal year 26-27. This public hearing is to adopt the resolutions approving the city's operating and capital budgets, as well as to approve $25.97 million prepayment to CalPERS for the city's required annual contribution to its unfunded pension liability. The fiscal year 26-27 budget incorporates council's direction from the April 15th workshop. All operating budgets are balanced budgets where expenses are less than revenues, and revenues or reserves or one-time monies are not used to cover ongoing costs. Additionally, it meets all of our reserve obligations, such as Healthy City and Economic Stabilization Reserves. Total appropriations in the proposed budget for all funds is $743.7 million, with operating appropriations totaling $623.6 million and CIP appropriations totaling $120.1 million. First, we will review the general fund proposed operating budget. After the April 15th budget workshop, $26,000 in ongoing funding was added for the senior transportation program in Parks and Recreation, and ambulance billing revenue was increased based on current revenue trends. Additionally, recent council-approved salary adjustments and reclassifications have been incorporated into the proposed general fund operating budget. With these changes, we are projecting a general fund surplus of $130,000 for fiscal year 26-27. For the Measure X proposed budget, there were no changes after the budget workshop. The Year 8 spending plan includes $17.04 million of available revenue, with $12.97 million of operating expenditures and $8.55 million for capital improvements. The proposed plan includes 3 new programs: funding for the traffic and e-bike enforcement, health services for the police department, and the conversion of the homeless outreach team to the homeless evaluation, assistance, and resource. Next is the Harbor proposed budget. Harbor's operating budget for fiscal year 26-27 is projecting a surplus of $2.67 million. The capital improvement budget is $730,000. New CIP projects include replacement of 2 ramps and transient docks, parking lot repairs, and replacement of switchgear at Z Dock. For the water utilities proposed operating budget, there were no changes after the budget workshop. The proposed budget includes increases for energy, chemicals, and water purchases due to the planned Mission Basin facility upgrades, as well as the addition of 1 additional position, a supervising utilities inspector. For the proposed capital improvement budget, for non-enterprise funds, the proposed budget includes $32.38 million of new funding, which gives us a total of $141.68 million, including carry forwards. Key investments for fiscal year 26-27 include continued pavement preservation efforts, as well as safety-focused improvements such as new traffic signals, enhanced pedestrian crossings, traffic calming measures, and ADA accessibility upgrades throughout the community. The water and sewer proposed capital improvement budgets include $86.95 million of new funding for a total CIP budget of $137.6 million, including carry forwards. Key projects include the sewer centralization project to establish infrastructure to divert flows to San Luis Rey River Reclamation Facility to ultimately decommission the Las Salina wastewater treatment plant, and the multi-phased downtown water, sewer, and pipeline replacement project. So in conclusion, staff recommends that City Council adopts the previously mentioned resolutions. I am available for any questions you may have.
Thank you. This is a public hearing. This is a time that we'd like to hear from you, the public, with respect to this very important thing that we do every year, that is to pass a balanced budget. The thing about that, for all cities in the state of California, you cannot pass a budget if it means that you cannot actually pay for it. You cannot have debt, in other words. In terms of the operating budget, you have to be able to pay all your bills And that's one of the things that we try to do is to make sure that we are able to continue to operate as a city. Much of it has to do with moving forward from the prior year into the next in terms of providing services and addressing changes in the cost of those services, as well as potentially other projects. So this is what we're here to hear from. So if you have already signed up, we're going to first hear from people who signed up. How many folks have signed up?
We have 8 members that signed up.
8, okay. And then after that, I will be asking if anybody else wishes to address the council. So we'll go ahead and start with the 8.
Okay. Kent Davy, to be
Kent
followed by...
Davy, Marco Werman, yes.
Good evening. Thank you, Mayor and council members. My name is Kent Davy. I'm chairman of the board of KOCT, retired journalist, volunteer with the station. I'm here to ask you to consider an additional fiscal support of the station beyond the contract that we're currently operating on. I believe this station creates the social capital that creates and builds a vastly superior community, which is the City of Oceanside. But we faced headwinds, as we've talked about in at other times, headwinds of increased costs, equipment failures, cable cutting, and we need your support. In the origins of PEG stations across the nation, it wasn't intended that we should ever, I think, PEG stations should ever ultimately be completely self-sufficient. In that vein, though, the staff of this organization has moved and has increased its production revenue probably in the neighborhood of 50 to 60% through 10 months. It's held its payroll costs under budget. It has delivered all of the contract items that were in the current contract, the 110 plus items. Yet they can't really do much more than this. And we're going to face a fiscal crisis, I think, with this as we move forward into the next year. And I would ask you to consider any additional fiscal support you could give us out of your surplus. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Marco Werman, followed by Jimmy Knott.
Madam Mayor, City Councilors, and city officials, good afternoon. My name is Marco Werman. I'm a journalist and Oceanside resident since 2022, so I'm a newbie. I also want to express my passionate support for capital injection for KOCT. I host a news program nationally on public radio called The World. We're on KPBS at 2 every day. I'm a 2-time Emmy nominee and Emmy Award winner for documentaries I've made for Frontline on PBS. I got my start, though, in local radio in Plattsburgh, New York, and before that even, I was a teenage copy boy at the local newspaper in Raleigh, North Carolina, the News and Observer, all local. I say all this to make a point. I've been in the broadcast business for 40 years, but local and community access TV is a special and unique part of the journalism landscape. It is the only publicly funded form of journalism and accountability that is targeted specifically to and for a local audience. We all need to know what happens at the state, national, and local level, but as citizens, we have to first understand what's happening in our own backyard. And the first step in any citizen engagement in a democracy is understanding your own backyard. In Cambridge, Massachusetts, where I used to live, 02139, as they say, back in Cambridge, is the most opinionated zip code in the United States, as it sits right between Harvard and MIT. Naturally, there were a lot of people who wanted to take advantage of Cambridge Community Television, but when it came to the actual facility, it looked like a zoo. KOCT, on the other hand, a top-notch, world-class facility, extremely well-managed, of physical space and editorial content. It is the center of a community. I know firsthand the pressures that the federal government has brought to publicly funded broadcasters across the country. Last summer, Trump cut the CPB, and our newsroom lost basically half of its production staff at a time when journalists actually have to report more on everything. In an age when local newspapers are disappearing, when CBS, a vaunted broadcaster of Edward R. Murrow, is being taken over by big money interests that are not interested in holding officials to account or following the conventions of journalism that take on big issues with no fear and no favor, outlets like KOCT should not feel under threat or endangered. They have to be supported because if current patterns continue, public access broadcast will be our last refuge to really understand what's going on in our community. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Knott. Followed by, excuse me, no clapping, please. Otherwise, we'll be not out of here till midnight. So, Mr. Knott, followed by
Mayor?
Charlie Bowen.
Mayor, council members, give me that 127 Sherry Lane. I enjoy and I really appreciate our staff and our council properly funding public safety. But I also agree that the council needs and staff needs to consider quality of life service issues. And I bring to your issue today is about the seniors and also our underprivileged people within the city. One simple thing is I didn't hear any mention about our senior lunch program. I heard about the senior transportation program. I don't know if that is in the separate funding or whatever's going on.
That was included.
But the second thing is like today at the senior center, staff was going around cutting off lights in order to save energy, in order to save on their budget. Why isn't there solar being put in at our senior center? Why isn't there grants being asked for the California Public Utilities Commission to make sure that we could take the advantage of the sun so we can have proper lighting for our seniors into our country club senior center? These are simple questions, a simple asking, the simple, question for help. Another thing is that we can do is very simple, is double checking. I really appreciate the crosswalks, safety aspect, and those things like that. This is, again, quality of life. And I want to double check to make sure that, this is a very selfish thing. In South O, and Councilman Figueroa, to make sure that we have our crosswalks, our safe crosswalks in South O, make sure that they're there this time into the budget. Because there have been deaths, there have been injuries in people crossing the road. We don't want to see that again. I know you don't want to either, but this will help out. And again, this is going to take place more and more as the city builds up higher and higher, and we have more traffic. We need to start looking at quality of life in addition to public safety. Those are balances. Thank you.
Thank you. Charlie Bowen, followed by Gerald Hampton.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Charlie Bowen, Communications Director for Save Oceanside Sand. I think I'd like to begin with saying thank you to Deputy Mayor Joyce for his comments yesterday at Congressman Levin's press conference. As an organization, we appreciate that you pointed out our role in helping to secure a favorable, tentatively selected plan from the Army Corps of Engineers. Thank you. Tonight, SOS supports the staff recommendation to adopt the fiscal year 26-27 operating and capital improvement budget. I would like to call to your attention that what the staff report identifies as Measure X funding in the amount of $550,000 for beaches, beachfront, pier, and parks is a mischaracterization. Those funds are specifically for beach restoration and should be identified as such. I would also like to clarify that the Measure X extension ballot language referring to quote-unquote beach and habitat restoration contemplated coastal habitat restoration achieved through the restoration of our beaches. SOS previously submitted a letter to the city manager regarding this issue, and we respectfully request that this be addressed tonight. Monday was an important day for Oceanside with the announcement of the Army Corps' tentatively selected plan and what it could mean for the future of our beaches. Nevertheless, it is important to remember that this represents just one potential project within a broader integrated strategy. Oceanside must continue pursuing every available opportunity for beach restoration, including the Army Corps' TSP, the Re-Beach Pilot Project, and Sandag's Regional Beach Sand Project 3. Re-Beach is particularly important because it introduces a retention mechanism designed to help keep sand on our beaches, a critical component given the shoreline dynamics of Oceanside. Therefore, I urge you to keep your foot on the gas. SOS appreciates the recurring budget allocations and reserves that have been established, but it is essential that the city continue planning and budgeting for the full local cost share that will ultimately be required to restore our beaches. That beach, the beach is Oceanside's economic engine. Investing in its restoration is not simply an infrastructure investment, it is an investment that helps generate the revenue needed to support many other priorities and projects that our community values. Thank you very much for your time tonight.
Thank you. Gerald Hampton, followed by Stacy Hard.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and City Council. My name is Gerald Hampton. I am the past chair and also a board member for KOCT. And I'm here to speak in strong support of the Oceanside, or I should say KOCT, the PEG station. And the way I'd like to do that is perhaps just to make sure you're aware, as well as the public, a lot of the things that KOC represents in our great community. As far as civic transparency, it should not be lost on any of you, as well as our public, that even as I speak right now, there are many in this city that are watching this meeting on KOCT. That is not a small thing. Particularly in this day and age, the democratic process and participation depends on access. KOCT delivers that. Free of charge to every household in our city. For seniors, working parents, and anyone that cannot be here tonight. KOCT is their seat at this table. Let's talk about elections and local news. During local and county-wide elections, KOCT steps up as a true public information resource, providing candidate coverage, ballot measure explanations, candidate forums, and real-time election results. In an era of shrinking local journalism, KOCT remains a trusted, non-commercial voice that keeps Oceanside voters informed when it matters most. I do a lot of stuff here in the community on a nonprofit basis, and I can tell you that this station is very important to a lot of our nonprofits. Nonprofits throughout the North San Diego County, organizations that serve our most vulnerable neighbors, rely on KOCT to amplify the missions without cost of commercial airtime, shelter, food banks, arts groups, faith community, and civic organizations gain a platform they could never otherwise afford in the form of KOCT. And this is extremely important. In terms of live and real-time coverage, whether it is a community parade, such as the Independence Day is about to come up, or the annual tree lighting, public safety emergency notices, cultural celebrations, or even major civic events, KOCT is there. Live real-time coverage of what is happening in Oceanside and across our region connects us as a community in ways no social media algorithm could.
Thank you very much.
So thank you for that.
Thank you. Next is Stacy Hard.
It's
followed by
Hardcastle,
Amy
sorry.
Forsyth.
Hi, guys. My name is Stacy Hardcastle. I'm here to encourage you to continue the fiscal support of KOCT. I'm the English teacher at El Camino, but I'm also the Arts and Media CTE teacher at El Camino High School here in Oceanside. I advise the TV, film, and broadcast journalism courses on campus, as well as facilitating Cast Camp, which is an after-school program in partnership with KOCT to help expose students to career and industry opportunities for after high school. I cannot tell you how lucky our Oceanside students are to have an industry standard working studio in our backyard. It's a mile from our campus. We are so lucky to have that. KOCT has been there for El Camino and Oceanside students at every turn, providing real-world, industry-standard mentorship opportunities to existing high school students and a clear pathway for our graduates to continue that work in the field. In my 4 years at EC, I have seen 5 students go on to intern at KOCT, using the relationships formed in my classroom to continue to gain experience in a field that they love. KOCT meets students where they are. They live stream City Cup football games. They allow students the opportunity to gain valuable mentorship experience working cameras, monitoring sound, switching feed, and calling color alongside pros. I've watched as students who've only recorded movies on their little handheld cameras from our classroom get up there and man these huge professional rigs under the watchful eye of seasoned pros, and their eyes just light up. From football to track to basketball to academic league, KOCT has been working with students to give them exposure to industry and guide them toward their futures. Annually, Carly Starr and the KOCT team also allowed my CTE students to take over the studio and produce a 30-minute talk show, Spectrum. Welcomed you, Jimmy Figueroa, the other day. Spectrum students run everything from the board to the boom, and the hands-on experience is priceless. They leave the day chattering about what they want to do in studio and what they would like to produce next. They get so excited about the possibilities in an industry that craves human creativity. It sparks something for them and leads them to their professional futures. I know that money is tight all over, and I understand that every dollar must be spent carefully. Please know that every penny that you put into KOCT feeds the future of countless Oceanside students, which is an echo that lasts for years. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Amy Forsyth, no, if you would want to do this, that's fine, but no clapping, okay? Thank you. Amy Forsyth, followed by Diane Nygaard.
Thank you so much. Good evening, Mayor, Deputy Mayor, and members of the City Council. My name is Amy Forsyth. I'm a longtime Oceanside and North County resident, retired Navy public affairs officer, journalist, and storyteller who spent decades documenting the people and events that shape our community right here. As someone who has worked closely with both Camp Pendleton and the Oceanside community, I would like to echo the previous speakers, and I've seen firsthand the unique role KOCT plays in connecting our city with the military installations that have been such an important part of our identity and economy. I was first assigned to Camp Pendleton Public Affairs Office and TV station in 1995, and we always had a great working relationship with KOCT and appreciated the community partnership through the years, sharing programming, allowing Marines to use the studios, and offering opportunities to communicate directly with the Oceanside community was a unique aspect and built over decades with one handshake at a time. This simply cannot be replicated or outsourced if KOCT were to go away. They've highlighted military families, deployments, reunions, and important events on the base. It's provided transparency and access to local government while documenting the people and moments that make Oceanside special. And in an era when local journalism and community storytelling has all but disappeared nationwide at a local level, KOCT remains one of the few places where Oceanside can still tell its own story. And I go back even to the days of the Blade Citizen and the North County Times. And we live in sort of what they call a news desert with a lack of local programming and coverage. Another important aspect of KOCT's value is something that cannot be measured solely on a balance sheet. KOCT has been the top training pipeline for aspiring journalists, producers, videographers, editors, and public affairs specialists and communications professionals throughout North County. It's through its internship, volunteer programs, staff have gained hands-on experience in live production, reporting, editing, social media, and storytelling skills that have launched many successful careers in television news, digital media, and content production. I've worked with many former staff members who've gone on to work at NBC San Diego, CBS San Diego, Fox 5, KUSI, and on to top 20 media markets. They've also been many former KOCT staff who have moved on into leadership roles in the media and entertainment industry. So I'm here tonight to respectfully ask that Council review support for KOCT, not as an expense, but an investment into transparency, civic engagement, local history, and community connections.
Once institutions like this disappear, they are incredibly difficult, if not impossible, to rebuild. Thank you for your time tonight.
Thank you. Diane Nygaard, followed by the last person. Okay, you're the last person. I thought I heard 11. Apologies.
So, Honorable Mayor and City Council, Diane Nygaard, representing Friends of El Corazon. At your budget workshop, Joan Bachman made our request to add an unfunded project to the CIP to design the entrances to El Corazon, park in the heart of Oceanside. The adopted El Corazon specific plan includes good guidance for those entrances, but that plan has already been compromised. The city allowed the sci-fi hut at the Oceanside Boulevard entrance to us, making it look like the guard shack entrance to a prison. The main entrance off RDO was supposed to have canopy trees along both sides of the road, ending in a roundabout with a focus coast live oak trees. But we lost one side of the trees to the condo project and most of the other side of the trees to the hotel project. And these entrances were all supposed to accommodate all modes of transportation with a wide multi-use trail serving pedestrians and bicycles, and those are nowhere to be found. We need entrances worthy of our great park at El Corazon. So we urge you to add an unfunded CIP project to design those entrances tonight and to direct staff to bring that back in October when you consider prioritizing all of the CIP project. Thank you.
Thank you very much. This is a time for the council to hear about your input regarding our budget for fiscal year 26-27. Anyone else wishing to address the council on this, please approach the podium, state your name, and you have up to 3 minutes to speak.
Hello, council. My name is Augie Alvarez, and I am a homeowner on South Nevada Street, 1700 block. And I'm simply asking to please accept this proposal of whatever you guys are doing to pay for the new storm drainage that I've been asking for the past 18 years. I was like 36 when I started calling the city. The major flooding that comes from up on Machado Street through the Potter development goes through an open slough into past Horn Street, Clementine, and onto Nevada Street, and then runs north onto Whaley Street. So I believe it's in this proposal. I can't find it anywhere but Victor Velasco, who has been very kind and generous working with me during this time, that he directed me to do this.
Mr. Alvarez?
Yes.
It's in the CIP project.
What is the CIP project? I don't understand.
Capital Improvements Project, so.
That's it, capital
It
improvements.
is included in it. I just heard, is that correct, Mr.
Yes,
Borrego?
thank you. You were on my email. You saw all the pictures of the flooding, yeah. And
All
so,
right.
yeah.
So is that what you wanted to talk to the council about?
I suppose. I don't know how to read this language. I'm just a simpleton, but.
That's, if that's what
I
you asked
appreciate-
about, we actually are not supposed to have, well, yeah, we can, I was going to ask staff to respond, but since I got it straight from
Yes, okay, well,
Mr.
thank you.
Borrego, it's included.
Capital improvements, yeah, like I said.
All right.
It's been difficult.
Thank you very much.
I appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Hi, Ken Layton here. I came here to speak on something else, but I have a podcast that I do. And for instance, today I spoke with Jamie about this huge news about the Army Corps of Engineers. It's a major news story. I luckily was able to cover it on my podcast. You're welcome to hear it. It's www.osidebbc.com. I don't ask you for any money. And I certainly am not renting out 10,000 square foot Taj Mahal. And I also think it's important to, I mean, we all want to, I would like to play radio station, I'd like to play TV station, but to having such an extravagant expenses and to not downsize, just like everybody else has had to downsize, and to talk about, the preserving media. Well, yes, that's very, very important. And Marco Werman, who was here, amazing, but the fact is that no other city does it like this. They don't prop up a pretend TV station from their general fund. And, I agree that journalism is important. I agree it's good to stir the pot. I agree it's good to bring stuff up. But if you're only going to do it if you give me money so that I can pay for all this extravagant expenses, I think if you look at the way Carlsbad and Vista specifically do it and about how they have independent contractors to help them provide the video that they need, and you don't have to pay an independent company and all the family and all the people associated with it. I think that's a good way for the City of Oceanside to move forward. The City of Carlsbad, I think, has 12 people doing what Terry Gorman Brown does by herself. I think it's time to move some of this into in-house, just like every other city does, and not take it out of the general fund. Nothing against any of those wonderful programs, but it's time to stop playing like you're a real TV station. Sorry.
Thank you. Mr. Shapinsky?
Oh, Mayor, hi, Mayor, City Council. You know why I'm here, that's later. KOCT TV, they gave me my first acting, well, actually didn't, it was about my third or fourth. They put me on there for serving seniors, and I helped get people doing some serving senior stuff. But back in the days, some of the folks that really didn't want any kind of information about people, guys like Idi Amin and Pol Pot, Adolf Hitler, and a few others, oh, we can't have any of that. No, that's not good. There'd be too much information. And then we'd be in big trouble if we were not like Jimmy Knott. Thank God for Jimmy Knott. The thing is, KOC TV, if it weren't for them and the 40,000 people that watch them in that little bitty TV section, people wouldn't say hi to me at Chase Bank or Chin's or China Fusion, Flying Pig, the Elks, the Moose, Stater Brothers, Albertsons, Trader Joe's, got bags all over my car from Trader Joe's, U-Haul, Discount Tire, Dunkin' Donuts, Dollar Tree, 7-Eleven, Tony's. Nobody know me. I'd be a complete, I'd be the flag man from Oceanside.
It's our town.
But I'm not. So KOC TV is very important. You got to get some, get some time on there. So I really hope that we don't harm them in any way, shape, or form financially. A great bunch of people do a wonderful job for our community. And so my prayers are with them and their people. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else requesting to speak to the council, please do so now.
I just would like to, our building is not 10,000 square feet. I've been listening to that for a year and a half. And the city of Carlsbad.
Did you want to state your name for the record?
I'm Carly Starr, the executive director of KOCT Television. And the city of Carlsbad is our client. We do services for them. So just so you know that.
All right, thank you. Anyone else wishing to address the council?
My name is Alistair Brunenberg Mulholland. Greetings, everybody. I want to say I support KOCT. I was in a band a long time ago, and I'm still in a band. And they gave us an opportunity to perform on the TV. That meant a lot to us when we were young punks coming up. We might have been doing something else, but we got to express ourselves, and I think that's a great thing. So that's all I got to say.
Thank you very much. Anyone else wishing to address the council on this item, on the budget? All right, I see no one else rising. I'm going to go ahead and close this portion of the public hearing and go to the staff and see if staff had any other comments to make with respect to the comments that were made. I believe what Ms. Nygaard is asking for is to add a project actually on the unfunded list to be considered at a later time this year. And that had to do with the entrances at El Corazon. Mr. Berger, did you want to address that?
Yeah, I would say that staff doesn't have any objection to adding it to the unfunded CIP list for future consideration.
All right, great. Thank you. And I think there was an issue about some language that was actually added with when there was an extension of Measure X. It was actually, the language, most of the language was from, was it 2018? 2018, but there was something that was added. Could you clarify that?
Yes, so under the original language of Measure X, in its initial iteration, there was no mention of habitat in that ballot language as a potential use of the funds when the extension was approved by the voters in what year was that? 2 years ago. Essentially, yes, the language was actually, the reference to habitat was added into the ballot language. I will say that, yes, it does cover beach restoration, but staff doesn't necessarily take a narrow view of that either, and would also say that it could also be used to fund other types of habitat restoration inland as well.
All right. So hopefully that is clarified for, I guess, a couple of the speakers, right? Okay, so no other comments from staff then? No, okay. All right, Deputy Mayor?
Thank you, staff. Thank you, everybody who commented tonight. On our most important item of the year, the budget. So I just want to flag
Actually,
that.
could I stop you there, because I forgot there was some more information that I'd asked Mr. Borrego to provide.
Sure.
Because bottom line is, it does include our CIP budget, and this past year, we're actually looking at some big changes in terms of moving forward and funding those several projects, including for me, a very important project, the pier bridge, the concrete part of the pier, that's going to cost about $60 million, nearing shovel ready, still working out all the permitting, but we had thought that we would be able to get some federal funding. We received how much, Mr. Borrego? $1 million?
It was actually $2 million.
$2 million. We have been very prudent in putting money aside. I believe it's up to $20 million, but we're looking at a $60 million price tag. Mr. Borrego, do we have a plan for coming up with $60 million?
Yeah, so just wanted to give a quick overview of the CIP program in general and some of our outstanding obligations. As you know, we had a recent city council workshop on the CIP program. One of the key projects that was discussed during that workshop was the pier bridge reconstruction project. And yes, we do have a significant funding gap that we still maintain for that project. What transpired with the federal funding was we did receive a $2 million allocation, thanks to the efforts of Congressman Levin. However, we were subsequently informed that due to changes in federal funding regulations for such projects, we would no longer be able to get additional funding for those types of community projects moving forward, which was unfortunate news because, again, we still do have a significant funding gap, as you mentioned, for the pier bridge. In addition to that, of course, we have Fire Station 8, which is considered shovel-ready. The estimated cost for that facility is about $35 million. We do not have funding identified for that yet, but we will be seeking grant funding. We also have the Police Department headquarters, which we are working on final plans for, which we're continually trying to bring the cost of that facility down, but it's, as it stands today, probably close to $100 million. In addition to that, with respect to our streets, we still have a significant funding shortfall to bring our streets up to par. Even though we do have current Measure X funding, the fact of the matter is the cost of road repairs has gone up significantly in the recent past because of largely due to the cost of oil, which has gone up. And as we all know, asphalt is an oil-based product. And so the cost of even what used to be routine street repairs has gone up significantly. So I just wanted to mention that we do have a CIP workshop that we're going to be scheduling in the fall, as we mentioned during our last workshop in the spring. But I just wanted to mention that and provide some context and make sure that the city council and the community understands that we do still have some significant CIP funding needs moving forward. Thank you.
Right, and one of the other projects that we especially the staff has been really working hard on is the San Luis River Flood Control Project, which has been cut up in phases with respect to the Army Corps of Engineers, which still retains jurisdiction over it. And we haven't come up with an agreement yet, but they are talking about some critical maintenance issues that need to be done. And we're talking an additional $2 to $3 million a year that we have not planned on, correct? And going back to the Pier View Bridge, or the Pier Bridge, this is the concrete part of the pier. She was meant, I say she was meant to last 100 years. I believe it's next year that she will be 100 years. So she has done, you know, her job in terms of being there for the public and how critical it is. But these are things that I think that there are a lot of changes in access to funding that we did not anticipate at the beginning of this year, or even I think the last time we were discussing the budget. And so we certainly thought that there were a lot of we were really on a great path, well, maybe good path, not good. But we were going to be able to, with the assistance of federal funding, be able to pay for these very critical, i.e., we can't ignore them kind of projects. So I did want that to be part of our budget hearing. And so go ahead, Deputy Mayor Joyce.
Thank you, Mayor. I appreciate staff's work on this. It's such a comprehensive document, and it tries its best to balance all of the things that make our city run beautifully and that make people want to live here. I would see if my colleagues have any support, and we don't have to talk about it tonight, but I would love to continue to improve on our engagement on the budget. I think even we had some folks comment tonight about, like, what is the CIP? Like, the budget is shrouded in so much lingo and complication that I would love to see us do a budget workshop for the community in each of our districts so that folks can attend and ask questions in a setting that's a little less intimidating than this amazing, beautiful building. So that's a request for my colleagues to kind of think about that moving into next year as we're going through this process. Okay, so I have just a few notes. One is, as was just brought up, inflation is really making the dollars have to stretch even further. And we have finally gotten up the funding for Safe Streets / traffic calming to $500,000. I just want to flag that that's kind of, in the budget going out, it stays flat, which means we do less and less projects every year with that amount of funding. And I don't know about you, but I get more and more requests every year for places that people want to be safe walking around our city. So flagging that, I'm not asking for a change to the budget tonight in that. I just want to flag it for my colleagues that it may be something that we want to look at next year and how we're going to evolve that funding to match the need and the desire of our city. Secondly, I would say we heard from several speakers tonight about the uncertain future of KOCT. In my opinion, it's essential that we stand up for publicly funded journalism in our community. They carry trust, they carry our history, and knowing that how much they carry of our history, the idea that the doors could close on KOCT is scary to me because we don't know how they would get back open or what would happen to all of that they protect. So last time we had this conversation, I asked if there was anyone that wanted to support funding, and we didn't have that, but maybe there's some alternative that we could work on as a city, a small ad hoc that works on a sustainable plan for the future of our partnership. I don't know what it looks like. I'm just saying that I'm up for the conversation, so I'm going to throw that out there as a comment, and if it's picked up by somebody else, then we can have that conversation. And then lastly, I will not go through with this bit by bit because we did talk about it last time, but the Measure X youth programming funding is a concern for me, and this is why. When you look at each subgroup in the Measure X funding, homelessness, police, fire, all doing extremely important work, their annual share of those funds, the annual amount of the funds that they receive because of inflation, goes up every year. The youth funding does not. It stays the same this year and next year, and then it actually goes down from there. And I understand that we are anticipating that we're going to have cannabis funding at some point to backfill, but this is our reality now, and I don't think we should be plateauing a program that is so important. We've seen crime go down in the city. We've seen the outcomes for students go up with these amazing programs that we've been funding. We should continue to, and we should raise the funding every year, just like we do for all the other programs to match the need of our young people. We know that inflation is making these programs more expensive, and we also know that occupations that serve young people are always underfunded, making them less effective because of high turnover. We also know that funding programs, that we are funding programs right now with Measure X that used to be funded with the general fund, including after-school programming in our underserved neighborhoods. So that's eating away at the unique funding that we could have. To compound the problem, we set aside a third of the funding for city-run programs to making eligible funds for the nonprofits that were bringing innovative work like Ballet Folklorico, like Omar de Colors, these amazing programs that give kids an experience they could never have otherwise. We're making them fight for less funding. I support those programs, and I want their success to be additive to the community benefit. So I would motion to approve everything in the budgets with the change of adding $250,000 to the youth funding budget. And that would be pulled from other programs that have not been spent down in prior years or that are duplicative of general fund programs or that are less critical than the funding for youth. Our young people deserve to be prioritized, so I ask for your support.
Councilmember Robinson, and if I may, the Measure X funds for at-risk youth was something that I really fought for back when it was considered, when we were considering the needs of the city, and we were talking about very, very critical needs. This was in addition, but we preferred to have in-house programming. That was always the thing. And the issues at that time, and which we continue to have, are the neighborhoods, three in fact, Eastside, Crown Heights, and Libby Lake, who had the most violence, gang activity, drug activity, and it was very specific, three neighborhoods. $1 million to me was a dream and continues to be a dream because it was very, very specific. And we are, in fact, doing pretty good on that. I think there's a misnomer that somehow we've taken money out. These $250,000 have more to do with allowing expansion of services to these neighborhoods via existing programming and existing departments. So I know that, I'm coming to understand that nonprofits seem to think that, oh, well, the city no longer has that for us. It was never intended to be nonprofits. It was really intended to be within the city to provide those services. And if we were not able to provide those services, well, certainly we would look at contracting out. So Ballet Folklorico is something that, I talked about. Actually, I was hoping that at one day, the school district would finally have Ballet Folklorico. It was really not intended to be an after-school program via the city, but to have the school do that, which is what other schools do, especially in the South Bay. It helps kids stay in school. It helps kids do better in terms of grades, and in fact, encourages kids to go to college. So I understand the passion that you have, but I think that the Deputy Mayor, but I think that what you're looking at right now is not exactly what the intent was. It was never intended for that. I see programs that are organizations that are applying for these that probably have never even stepped foot in one of these neighborhoods, and it was really meant to be a real grassroots in the neighborhoods kind of programming. So I think that I can't support your motion. I don't see that we are in fact doing less. I believe that we're doing more, and I am very, very grateful that we are able to do more via Parks and Rec, via the library, via all these other programs, and I'm seeing real impacts, which 8 years ago, we did not have that. So with that, Councilmember Robinson.
Thank you, Mayor. So I had one thing I was going to talk about, but Deputy Mayor brought up a couple that I've been in the back of my mind, so I'm going to just join in the conversation with you on it. I agree on the budget process. I've thought about this for a while, that we have our budget workshop, we get a lot of information, we get staff, and then the public weighs in, and then there's this time period where we get a lot of input, and then we come here to adopt, and there's just not enough time. So I would agree on staff working, and again, I'm not making a motion on anything here, I'm just saying, I think if we could look at how to, whether it's multiple budget things or an information one, come back again for information before we budget to really hash out some of these things, it would be beneficial. So I could support staff looking into that. The other one thing I wanted to talk about was on the youth stuff, there, and this kind of tags in with what I really wanted to talk about was the KOCT, in that somebody talked about out of our surplus as well. In this budget, the surplus is very, very small. There's just, unfortunately, we don't have much of a surplus at all. But you talked about cannabis tax, and I know when we first talked about it, there was this thing about 50%. We just kind of came up with this number, 50% for educational youth and other things. I think that may have been a little bit well intended, but we may not need that kind of money because we don't know what we're bringing in, and I think we can look. And one of the things I would suggest to staff, and again, it's not a motion or anything, but to let's look at KOCT holistically. First, I think we need to make a decision, and I don't want to do it from here because it's emotional, but to come back either through a workshop or one-on-one discussion and find out what is our real pleasure, what do we really want to do with KOCT as a body? How do we want to do that? And then for staff to look at alternate means of funding. And I think the cannabis tax may be a dual thing where we can, if KOCT is willing, they have the facilities. And full disclosure, I've rented their facilities for personal projects that I've done there, and it is very professional and they do a great job. But you know, we might be able to get a 2-for-1 with some of the cannabis tax when we really know if we ever get that program going and get it going. And I understand that it's a way. We really haven't taken any money away from them per se. You're getting the full 1% of the PEG. I've had talks with Carly several times, and I know that the pressure that they're under, but we don't have money tonight to say, yes, we're going to give you, but I really would encourage staff to figure out the best way to bring this back to us in a way that we can make some really good decisions with some really, really good information. And in the last point I want to talk about, when you mentioned youth, I think and I've talked to the city manager about this, I think somehow, not tonight, but we need to develop a policy on how much do we want to spend, and come up with some framework for our legacy events, such as, Pride Week. And because I know we waive fees, everybody gets all this money for things, or the Samoan Cultural a week of activities. And there's many others. Those are just two. But I really think we need to, if we can get staff to, when time's available, to work on helping us develop a policy for future budgeting, so we're not going through this every year. Did you have a comment? I think that's it right now. I'll reserve the rest of my time. Thank you.
All right, thank you. I do want to address a couple of things that you mentioned on the legacy. This is basically came up when the police department determined that they needed to add more security to certain events that were produced by nonprofits that had especially been around for many years, like say 20 years, and if they were to have to pay the full price of that public safety addition, they would not be able to produce that program. So this came up a couple of years ago. Before that, none except for one organization received help, and that is the Samoan Cultural. And that is something that the city has basically produced. None of the other organizations, Noche Mexicana has never gotten any money. Dia de los Muertos, which is now, almost 25 years, not one dime from the city have paid all the fees. And same with Pride, they've never received anything until last year, because the police department felt that they needed more of certain kind of public safety, and we're talking something added like $10,000 worth. So it is a policy that I think staff came up with and is voted on by whatever committee. So I would say that it's only been done 1 year and possibly going into this year because of these organizations, and it's a maximum of something like $4,000 or $5,000. And it's only the public safety part. So that is something we are not really sponsoring these events, co-sponsoring these events. As to KOCT, I was there from the very beginning. In fact, even before I became a council member. And community programming was very, very important to me. The community access. I will tell you that it was never intended to be supported by the general fund, never. On the bills, it was, there was added, I think it was 11 cents of per bill that we added to the bill for the benefit of KOCT, but it was never intended to be paid for by general fund money. It was actually supposed to open up and be able to say some members could produce a piece and then have it play, say on one of the, we used to have 3 stations. On the 3 stations, we've lost a station because it was not used. So, and you probably know this history, we now are down to 2 stations. We don't have the funds to be doing this. We have a certain contract, and with all the other things that they are doing, that is really, that it is outside of our contract. So I actually, they agreed. Actually, they were funded for 2 years. They were emergency. They've been given 2 extra years to come up with a plan. Last year was, I think it was $175,000. And they signed a contract that said it would be the last time that they would ask for funding from the general fund. So I understand the desire to try to somehow fund them more, but I don't see any downsizing. I really think that we should, and I offered to help make calls to see if we can get them on a campus or something so they wouldn't have to pay rent anymore, right? To get them out of a lease and get them to do what other stations do. And that is be at a campus, offer teaching, offer classes, and that way they're paying for whatever the lease is and doing that in that forum. I don't know if they've approached MiraCosta, or I guess Palomar already has a station. But I don't see how we can ever do this on an ongoing basis, because I have never seen us with a surplus so small. This 130,000 is supposed to serve us for a whole fiscal year, and there's just no way we can take from there. And we have a policy now that if you want to add something, you have to take something out. So we have to decide what we don't want to fund, and that would be extremely difficult for me, because I know that staff has gone through these requests and how we're going to get through a very bad time. We don't look like we're very worried about the year, but we are. We're worried that federal dollars will dry up. We're worried because the state is at a huge deficit. The state is. So we're not going to be getting a whole lot of money there, at least not this year. And whatever funds there are, it's going to be high competition, very high competition. The county is in a huge deficit. So I doubt that we're going to be getting anything there. So we can't afford to do anything beyond what this budget represents. This budget represents continuing to provide services at the current level and to address the issues that we are having with respect to infrastructure needs and maintenance needs. And everything is going up, everything. All salaries are going up, materials, we've heard that. And while we are here looking very calm, I don't sleep at night because I worry about how we're going to get through the year. So anyway, Councilmember Figueroa.
Thank you, Mayor. As the only person on the council that's actually worked in youth programs in our underserved neighborhoods in Oceanside, on principle.
Well, I have to.
On principle, I will definitely second this motion. But I will say strategically looking forward, I think that I know we've discussed this, but the cannabis tax and Measure X, looking at public safety, when I think about youth programs are public safety. And specifically for programs, as the mayor mentioned, the intent was to provide services for our underserved neighborhoods where we were having the most challenges when it came to gang violence. Crime has gone down in Oceanside, but we're still having activity in our underserved neighborhoods, and there's certain parts of our underserved neighborhoods that have no programs. The Mid-Valley, Fireside, Los Arbolitos area has nothing, has no programs. Sherborne area of Tri-City has no programs. The Thunder, Tiburon part of Tri-City has no programs. Some of that is because we don't have the infrastructure there, but there is no programs. If it wasn't for our library bringing the bookmobile to those neighborhoods, they wouldn't have any contact with the city within their communities. And I very much appreciate the work that OPD has done and nonprofit organizations like Transformational Consultants and Club Crown Heights and REACH, the Resilience Program, and several others, and the coaches in our community who have collectively meet and work together. So when something does happen in the community, they're all responding, which still happens. At our last council meeting, I got a phone call around 2 o'clock that we just had a shooting in the Deep Valley, right behind Gold. Immediately, I reached out to OPD, got on the phone with TC and other organizations, and they were already there waiting in that neighborhood before school got out. This stuff is still happening. We've had shootings at John Landis, broad daylight, while school's still going on. This stuff still occurs. Our after-school programs and youth-serving mentoring programs, from REACH to OYP, Resilience, all of these programs in our community that are in the neighborhoods every day, not just Monday through Friday, play a pivotal role in that. And what happens when it comes to their funding is that they are so underpaid that usually staff in those programs can only stay there for a year or 2 years, and they have to move on. Usually, the staff that work for these nonprofit organizations have to also receive the same services that that nonprofit is offering, like diaper distribution, food distribution. Most of them are all considered low income while they're trying to serve their community. And the way that that impacts our community is that a staff who builds relationship, rapport, and trust in a neighborhood that already lacks rapport and trust with our local government can only stay for a year or two. So when that person leaves, which we see happen in our Club Crown Heights programs and our REACH programs in Pozole, in Libby, in Center Crown Heights, when they leave, it tremendously impacts that entire program. It impacts the families, it impacts the youth, and they're leaving for the same reason that at times we have retention issues, because they can't afford to continue to work there and serve their community because the cost of living. And so anytime that we can bring and enhance and support those budgets to keep good mentors there, keep good staff there, I'm always going to support that. Anytime that we can bring more services and mentoring programs, whether it is through OYP or the REACH or our other programs that are specifically working with the kids in the neighborhood, that is something that we always have to look at. And so on principle, I would definitely support this, but strategically thinking ahead, it's important that we stay not just continue investing in those programs. And I appreciate what we've invested in the John Landis area because we had nothing there. And because us moving out of John Landis when we closed the services there in 2008 and didn't reopen up into 2023, we went from having one gang in that neighborhood to having the presence of 4 or 5 gangs in that neighborhood. That's what happens when you remove a youth program, community services from a neighborhood like that. And so when you look at communities like the Mid-Valley and other parts of Tri-City that have nothing, or the Deep Valley, the REACH program used to exist in that center. And we have a nonprofit organization there now, but they're trying to just scrap for funding to provide services. That is all a part of public safety. And so just strategically thinking ahead as we look at our funding sources, whether it is cannabis, how do we continue to elevate the funding for those programs as well? Because trying to run an after-school program with $120,000, $150,000 for their entire budget, and that includes personnel, that's 1 or 2 staff, and then they get $3,000 for field trips and a $2,500 budget for snacks for the entire year. I've been there as an after-school supervisor, having to go to Albertsons and look for the oatmeal cookies, and get 2 packs of those because they're $1.99 each, and figure out what I can get to feed the kids. It's a struggle. And so I just want us to always think about that when we're thinking about our community. And so those are just my comments.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to make a substitute motion that we move staff's recommendation. Is there a second? Is it? Okay, all right, and I do want to add placing the entry of El Corazon on the unfunded list, which I understand that staff has no objection to do. Why don't you make your comments, and then I'll make my comments.
I thought you were out of time, but that's okay. It's your show. And the only reason, and I was going to say I wasn't going to support the motion, so that's why I'm doing it, but not because you don't make great points. I think what I'm trying to say is staff, I disagree with the mayor on the point that we can't do anything else. I think we can, but I think what I'm asking for is for staff to consider what we're saying here tonight, look at the budget, look at the things the way that the deputy mayor pointed out, see if there is. We can always come back and refund programs. I think, Councilmember Figueroa, you talk about all the various projects. I failed to, Save Our Streets, that group there, grassroots. I think finding ways to even direct a little money to those kind of grassroots programs, they have so many volunteers and so many that they're force multipliers in dollars and in volunteer time. So I just don't think tonight we're ready, and I want to commit that kind of money that we just don't know yet. And so that's all. That's it. I think everybody's making some great points, I think. But we need to have staff really look at it. I think with KOCT, I know there's staff members that have opinions on things that we can do as a city, and I get it, the general fund, it wasn't intended that way. But maybe there's some things that we're not thinking about here, and there's people behind the scenes that I think can get together and talk. That's all I'm asking for. So, but I will, I already have seconded the motion, so thank you.
Right. Thank you. I wanted to respond to Councilmember Figueroa because it was after 2018, and I had been trying to reopen the John Landis Center, but it had a long-term contract with Maricosta. And so we finally were able to do that. And immediately, of course, it had to come with dollars to fix the building up. And I definitely supported that and in fact urged that to happen. I also urged to have programming there. I actually was the one who suggested moving the $150,000 from the Joe Baldrama Reach to Don Landis. And that ended up working out so that we can go ahead and move that immediately into action versus doing an RFP and that whole thing. We don't have the funds. These are great things that I would love for us to all do. The resource center, the Santa Maria Resource Center, that was one person who was hired. There was no REACH program there. It was one person. And we lost that during the Great Recession. And we have never been able to reopen that. And I hope that we can one day reopen a resource center in the back gate area. But we would have to figure out how to fund it. Unless you want to cut something, right now the motion is to go ahead and adopt the budget. What I've been doing from my heart and soul is going out and working in the community in all of these neighborhoods and trying to figure out how the city can help. And I think the city has gone in there through staffing, through the police, community policing and the community police officers, through all of these. We are restricted by funding. That is our restrictions. And if we can figure out more funding, absolutely. I think we have a lot of ideas here. Deputy Mayor.
Yeah, just a couple of quick points. KOCT was brought up. I would say if we're going to do something, let's do it in public. Let's have the conversation out in public, because if we do where we all go back and talk to the city manager and then something happens, I want it to be transparent about what's going on there. So if we do something, that's my preference. And I think you brought it up, but I just wanted to say that. Because sometimes we talk about doing something and then it happens and people are like, well, how do they make the decision? Just on the youth programming, before we do the motion, and I actually have a question for the parliamentarian. A substitute motion, we don't have to dispense with the original motion first?
It's almost treated like an amended motion, but with Robert's rules, the substitute motion kind of takes precedence over the original motion that's on the floor. So it's treated like an amended motion.
Okay.
But we could still discuss it.
Right. So I guess before we vote, I'll just say this. When things are a priority, we find money. When we needed to get sand, we found money for sand. When we needed to get a downtown security force to chase people around the downtown who are living on the street, we did that. We do a lot of things, and I know that I have full trust and faith in staff that they could look at this budget and find a little bit from a couple different places that could shift this to say, this is a priority. And that's what I would ask. I'm actually not even, we could even do it without even changing the budget tonight. We could adopt the budget with the recommendation that Mr. Gossman come back with a recommendation at our next meeting about how we could amend the budget to find the funding to fully fund our youth programming. Question for staff. How many programs were funded by the Measure X fund last year? How many youth programs? I don't know if because I think it was said that we're doing more. I'm under the impression that we are doing less programs this year for this upcoming budget.
Good evening, Mayor, Deputy Mayor, council members. I'm actually looking for somebody in the Housing and Neighborhood Services Department because they are the ones who administer those funds in terms of the programming. Okay. What I can say about the funding is that the funding actually went up this year from $1 million to $1,045,000. That and as I've stated before, the reason that we pulled it into separate line items was for transparency because those monies were going to those city programs. The intent of the Measure X funding as it was laid out was to fund youth programs. It was never said that they would necessarily go to nonprofits, although nonprofits play a critical role, as it's been said many times tonight, in providing that, but our city also does, and some of those funds did go to programs that would not otherwise have been funded if not for Measure. So I don't know if we have someone from, so I would have to get back to you on the number.
I mean, we can just, is it less programs, Director Hines?
Oh, there you are. Thank God.
I was actually trying to find the worksheet.
Is it more programs, less programs,
saying,
same amount?
Yes, absolutely. We had more programs funded in the last year.
Last year we had more number of programs. Okay, that's all. Thank you. We can do it. We can do it if we prioritize it. I hear good platitudes about finding a way in the future, but today is now. Let's do it now. Let's do it now. So I'm going to vote against the adoption of the amended motion, and this is, I'm asking our city clerk. So the vote we're going to have next is whether or not to amend my motion.
Well, there was a substitute motion on the floor made by the mayor.
But don't we have to vote to substitute it?
Yeah, so we would have to vote whether you accept the substituted motion that's on the floor. And if you vote to accept it, then we could vote on the substitute motion and then move on. And if that fails, you move on to the original motion, is what I remember.
No, I think you vote on the substitute motion.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's an obscure Robert's Rules of Order here.
Yeah.
Can we pause to get a note on that? Because I think it's important.
No, I really want to move forward on the vote. In fact, I want to call for the vote now, since we're pretty much done.
So
but that's not.
Can you explain the vote? So we're voting on the
So
substitute
right
motion.
now, there's basically two motions on the floor. There's the original motion set forward by Deputy Mayor Joyce, which was to approve staff's recommendation with the addition of $250,000 to the youth-funded budget. And then there was a substitute motion made by the mayor, which was to approve staff's recommendation with the addition of the El Cor zone entrance for the unfunded CIP. So those are the two motions that were on the floor. But Madam Mayor, it looks like you want to vote on the substitute motion first?
Yes, first. And if that fails, we'll go on the other motion. All right.
This has to be a vote to substitute.
No.
It can't take precedence. We have a motion on the floor.
Yeah, it was moved and seconded, and let's vote on that. I'd like to vote on the substitute motion.
Our city attorney looks like he wants to say something.
Ultimately, in issues of interpretation, the chair is the decider of those issues under our code. I would point out that the motion to amend does encompass substitute as detailed in our code. It does provide that a motion to amend shall relate to, and you vote on the motion to amend first, and then if that motion to amend passes, you then vote on what is now the main motion. So it is a two-vote process.
So the amendments.
So in effect, we will be voting on it twice then, on the same motion. All right, I got it. Let's vote on the substitute motion as, which we're doing it in the nature of an amended motion.
Okay, so just to be clear, the substitute motion that we're being voted on is to motion to approve staff's recommendation with the addition of the El Corazon entrance.
Yes.
Added to the unfunded CIP.
Yes.
Okay.
Again, to be clear,
Please-
this is
please
to,
vote.
this is to do the amendment. This is the first vote to
yes,
make it the
please
one.
vote.
Okay.
Motion approved, 3-2, Figueroa, Joyce, Snow.
Okay, so the motion has been amended to be exactly as stated. So do we have to vote on it again?
Yes.
Okay, all those, okay, so we're going to vote now on the amended motion, which is to adopt staff's recommendation, plus add the entry to El Corazon Park on the unfunded list of CIP unfunded list. All right, please vote.
Motion approved, 5-0.
All right, thank you. Item number 28. Staff recommends City Council adopt resolutions confirming the diagram and assessments for each of the following landscape maintenance districts for fiscal year 2026-27 and order the assessments to be levied for fiscal year 2026-27. And they are the following: Del Oro Hills, Assessment District Number 1-1987, Douglas Park, Assessment District Number 5-1981, Wahome Bridge, Assessment District Number 1-1989, Lotto Highlands, Assessment District Number 1-1988, Peacock Hills, Assessment District Number 1-1977, Mission Meadows, Area A, Assessment District Number 2-1979, Mission Meadows, Area B, Assessment District Number 2-1979, Rancho Hermosa, Assessment District Number 3-1982, Santa Fe Mesa, Assessment District Number 2-1987, Sunburst Homes, Assessment District Number 1-1980, Sunset Hills, Assessment District Number 2-1982, and Vista del Rio, Assessment District Number 1-2001. I'd like to go ahead and open this public hearing, request disclosures from council members and constituents regarding constituent contacts and or correspondence.
Staff and public from 3 of the districts.
Staff and public.
Staff and public, I actually met with members of the public having to do with the Rancho Del Oro.
Del Oro Hills.
Del Oro Hills, right. Thank you very much. You're welcome. And that was with staff.
Staff and public.
Mr. Navarro, do we have any correspondence and or petitions?
I've just fielded a phone call or two prior to the meeting, but other than that, no official correspondence or petition.
All right, thank you. We're going to go ahead and do begin with a presentation by Vicky Gutierrez, who is our real estate manager. Ms. Gutierrez?
Thank you. Honorable Mayor, Council members, Vicky Gutierrez, Real Estate Manager for the Public Works Department, Property Management Division. And staff is recommending council to approve the item before you for the 11 city landscape maintenance districts. So the city landscape maintenance districts were formed pursuant to the authority granted by the Landscaping and Lighting Act of 1972 of the California Streets and Highway Code. And each year, council is required to conduct a public hearing regarding the proposed assessment to be levied within the districts. The assessments will be the same in the fiscal year for 2026-27 as they were last year for all districts within the staff report, except for Douglas Park, Wahome Ridge, Rancho Hermosa, and Vista del Rio districts, which those include a CPI adjustment. The proposed assessments identified within the engineer's report will pay the costs associated with the districts, with these set 11 districts for 2026-27 fiscal year. This is to cover operations, maintenance, material costs within each district, and the cost to provide the landscape maintenance through our contractor. The city uses these funds assessment revenue funds to contract with our landscape maintenance contractor to perform the scope of work set forth within the engineer's report, and each one has their own engineer's report. I will point out that over time, the landscape maintenance district assessment revenue has predominantly remained flat, where landscape maintenance costs have definitely increased and continue to increase. So as a result of that, these put budget constraints on our LMADs, and the services provided within each district gradually is scaled back over the years. The current landscape maintenance district contractor is Brightview Landscaping, and the level of service provided by them is different within the districts, and they're on a tiered basis, and it varies based on their assessment revenue that is available. One point that I'd like to also point out that comes up often is that tree trimming and tree removal services are not part of the regular scope of work through our contractor, Brightview. This concludes my presentation. Staff recommends council to approve the item before you for the 11 Oceanside Landscape Maintenance Districts for fiscal year 2026-27, adopting resolutions, confirming the diagrams and assessments for each district, and ordering the assessments to be levied for fiscal year 26-27 for the districts. That concludes my presentation. I'm available to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you very much. This is a time for the public hearing. Do we have any members of the public who have signed up?
Yes, we do. We have 3 members of the public registered for this item.
All right, thank you very much. Let's hear from them. That's Randy Reynolds, followed by Gwen Holm, followed by Eric Bradbury.
Oh, they're switching.
And you do not have to have signed up. If you wish to speak, address the council on this item, after we run through the presentations or the statements by the first 3 people who have signed up, I'll be asking if anyone else wishes to address the council on this item. Thank you. Ms. Holm?
Yes, and before my time starts, could I please have this chart posted? Until it's posted and clear and focused, my time does not start. Do I put it?
Yep, put it right in the middle. There you go.
There you go. Turn it.
Yep.
Okay. Oh, wow. Oh, that's much better. Good evening, Mayor Sanchez and City Council. 4 months ago, I attended an interesting meeting that was arranged by Councilman Figueroa. It happened at El Corazon, and it was for the LMAD district in which I live. This map represents that, and it is the Del Oro Hills, which is the first one listed in the proposal. And it is the second largest in size and square footage and tax revenue, and it runs Rancho Del Oro Drive through the center and is bordered by Oceanside Boulevard on the north and Vista Way on the south. And as you count the boxes, there are 11 communities contained in this LMAD, 3 of which are represented today with my other speakers, Mr. Reynolds and Mr. Bradbury. We have also established points of contact with 8 of the communities. Most have HOAs, some do not. Almost over 12, almost 1,300 property owners. Based on that meeting, it was sponsored by, or the speakers were from the Public Works Department, and talked to our LMAD about the dire circumstances of the funding, which you referred to. We learned that that revenue or that assessment level was established just after I graduated from high school, and that was a long time ago. And for some reason hasn't—
Class of 74.
Class of 74 has not been raised, so it's not a surprise that the revenue is not sufficient just based on inflation. And so we received that information at the meeting. Many of us had no clue why the trees weren't being trimmed, why water was being given or water turned on, but the grass was not getting green. And so we came in frustrated, and the news was basically, we need more money, and in order to get more money, you have to pass a ballot, and it would cost you $50,000, and it'd have to be passed by a majority of, I'm just making this up, I think it was like 67%. Dire news for us. So that was February 11th. about, so based on that meeting, we said, hey, we've got to get organized. So one of the members, I think it was Mr. Bradbury, said, hey, if you want to sign a petition, please sign and we'll figure out something. Of the 200-plus people in attendance, we have 40 people that put their name on the list with their phone numbers and their emails. And you don't do that if you're committing to get involved. Since that time, the 11th, about 90 days later, we met with Mayor Sanchez and City Manager Borrego, a core group of us, to try to figure out, is there something we can do collaboratively to, I don't know about getting more money, but is there a way to perhaps look at things that we're doing right now that aren't most cost beneficial? I will turn the time over to my neighbor, Mr. Randy Reynolds.
Mr. Reynolds?
So good evening, Mayor Sanchez, council members, and city staff. Thank you for the opportunity for us to speak today. My name is Randy Reynolds. I live in a community called Villa Trieste, just off Rancho del Oro, and I'm the vice president of the HOA there. I'm also part of this group of residents and HOA members who have property within the Del Oro Hills Landscape Maintenance Assessment District. I wanted to take a moment to hopefully clarify some information that was included in the June 3rd staff report that I have projected on the screen now regarding the topic of assessments for the city's 11 LMADs. There's a section of the report titled Background and Analysis, and there is a sentence which reads, in an effort to address the issue of chronic underfunding of several LMDs, staff has been meeting with homeowners associations of multiple LMDs in an effort to determine if these HOAs would be willing to assume maintenance responsibilities. To date, none of these HOAs have been supportive to take on responsibilities of the LMD, nor have any of the LMDs been supportive of a rate increase. So I can't speak for the other 11 LMDs, but I can speak for the Del Oro Hills LMAD, and the only outreach that we're aware of in the last 2 years was that February 11th meeting that Gwen was talking about, hosted by the Public Works Group. And at that meeting, it was really kind of presented as a very bleak outcome that was shared in terms of the future for the LMADs. While the talking points of the presenter painted a very grim view of the future of our LMAD, the only potential solutions offered were a property tax increase or a complete abandonment of the LMAD. The only potential there were no details provided on why the situation was so dire, no explanation of how our assessment dollars are being spent or managed, and no details on how a rate increase would even improve. So the work that has already begun is really coming over the next several months. We're here today to simply express our desire to work with the city staff in finding solutions. We fully understand that assessment revenues are limited, but they're also not zero. In the case of Del Oro Hills, that property owners are contributing over $500,000 a year to maintain this property. We believe there are new alternatives to pursue other than the two identified by the Public Works staff. We believe there may be other ways to approach the situation and are simply looking for an open-minded approach as we seek a solution to this challenging issue. Thank you.
Thank you. And next is Eric Bradbury.
Yes, correct, Eric Bradbury. Good evening, Mayor, City Council members, as well as staff. Thank you for being here this evening. My name is Eric Bradbury. I also live in the LMAD district, Del Oro Hills, Pacific Views neighborhood. And again, we've kind of come about as a result of that February 11th meeting where we got the information about what's going on with our district. And we're really encouraged at that meeting to work with ourselves to help figure out what's going on. And so that's exactly what we've done. That map of those 11 community neighborhoods, we're in contact with actually all 8 HOAs with leadership and have pulled them in. Since that February 11th meeting, we've developed an rdoneighbors.org website where people are encouraged to live up and down that runway of RDO to register their thoughts and concerns and comments. We've also had several meetings, not only with city staff, but also the mayor. Just a couple of things, and so I actually just want to go on record, as Randy stated, that we're supportive of the approval of the revenue vote tonight, absolutely. We want it to be known that, at least for our LMAD, Del Oro Hills, we are very much involved, engaged, want to collaborate with the city and understand a lot of things about what we can do to make that a sustainable LMAD. It is one of the ones that doesn't have a standard CPI increase, so it's destined to at some point hit a brick wall because the revenues are fixed and the expenses are not. So we're definitely working to make that happen. A couple of unique things right off the bat, in addition to $500,000 a year we spend for that LMAD, 40% of that is water. So that's $200,000 a year in water. That's $15,000 a month in water. And so there's 32 water valves in that LMD. We're curious to know, where does all that water go? Just out of curiosity. We've got RDO that runs from Vista Way to College. It's a huge thoroughfare. And actually, guess what? We water that grass. All 1,200 parcels water that grass and the sidewalk strips. That's 2 miles of sidewalk strips, 2,500 feet of grass. Non-functional turf, by the way, that we're going to start fine having, because it's against the law to have non-functional turf in California. So we got to work on these things, and we want to just work together with the city to make that happen. Couple large parcels in that district that are large abatement parcels that are associated with neighborhoods in that area that maybe or maybe not, ought not be part of that district. So just some things to figure out. And then finally, boundaries and definition. What's in or not? Are trees being cut nowadays? They used to be cut, but they're not anymore, but we don't know about that. So in clarity about that. Lastly, boundaries. We have a neighbor in our neighborhood installed a pool permitted by the city and everything. And then later the LMB people come out and say it's all wrong and you've got access issues. So clearly there's uncertainty about what our LMB is about. So we're just here to help collaborate and figure it all out together. Thank you for your time. And thank you as well, Vicki.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to address the council on this item? Please approach the podium, state your name, and you have up to 3 minutes to speak. I see no one else rising, so I'm going to go ahead and close this part of the public hearing and see if staff has anything else to add. Oh, you do. Did you want to speak on this item? Okay, great. All right. Did you want to add anything?
Honorable Mayor, council members, those were a lot of items. I wouldn't do it justice. I know we are meeting with Del Oro Hills, a group of them, this coming week. So I think I would table that to answer a lot of those items or just have a discussion with them. Some of them are a little bit different than we have a perspective on. We are not doing tree maintenance right now. We are not trimming trees. We are not pulling out trees. The trees, if they're on an LMAD, the underlying owner is a resident. And so those trees are to be taken care of by them. I can answer that one quickly and easily. There are some other items, but again, I think it would be best to table those for that meeting.
Okay. Yes. All right. Thank you. To the council, Councilmember Weiss.
Yeah, I have a question for staff. It appears that this isn't the only LMAD. There are quite a few others that are spending much more money than that they're bringing in. And we're using reserves, and at some point when those reserves run out, there's going to be an issue.
Councilmember Weiss, that is accurate. Many of the, there's a few of the LMADs that are in a low trajectory, yes. So they are struggling. They will be struggling because we will be going to a new contract next year. We have to go out to RFP, so our maintenance contract will likely increase. It's not going to go down. So that will also put another burden on the budget, so yes.
Thank you. I'll move approval staff recommendation.
Thank you. Okay, so that's adopt the resolutions. Is there a second? Councilmember Robinson, I'm sorry, you're next on to speak.
Thank you. I'll go ahead and second it, but I do want to give a quick shout out to Valerie McAdam. I know she's here.
Absolutely.
I know in the Douglas Park work that's going on in other areas, and I've reached out to her many times to go talk to neighbors that are in LMADs that are trying to understand it. And that's my way of diverting the anger, and she goes out and gets it from them. And I just want to thank you, Valerie, for your work and your design work that you're doing out there. Thank you.
Thank you. There's a motion and a
Councilmember.
second. Councilmember Figueroa?
Yes. Yeah, I just want to thank staff for all the work and the communication you've had with the community, even the meeting we had on February 11th at El Corazon to provide clarity to the residents, and just really appreciate all the staff's efforts on working with the community on this. So
Thank you. And I would also like to give a shout out to Valerie because she's out there in the trenches. She's taking the questions every day. She's meeting. She has personal relationships with a lot of these people that have just gained trust in her. She is always available. If you ever hear she's not, it's not her, because she is out there every day she spends most of her hours in the field meeting, talking, and she'll be available and she'll go to their house to meet with them, whatever it takes. She works above and beyond. So I am thankful for her on our staff, and she does a great job.
All right, thank you. Please vote.
Motion approved, 5-0.
Thank you. Item number 29, staff recommends City Council adopt a resolution approving the engineer's report, confirming the diagram and assessments, and ordering the assessments to be levied for fiscal year 26-27 for the Oceanside Lighting District, Assessment District Number 2-1991. I'd like to go ahead and open this public hearing and request disclosures from council members regarding constituent contacts and/or correspondence.
Staff only.
Staff. Staff.
Staff only.
Staff.
Mr. Navarro, do we have any correspondence and/or petitions?
We have not received any correspondence or petition on this item.
Okay, thank you. We're going to go ahead and begin with a presentation by Vicky Gutierrez, our real estate manager.
Back here again. Good evening, Honorable Mayor, council members. The item before you, staff is recommending council to approve it for the Oceanside Lighting District's Assessment District 2-1991. The Oceanside Lighting District was formed in 1991 pursuant to the authority granted by the Landscape and Lighting Act of 1972 of the California Streets and Highways Code. And again, each year we are required to come and conduct a public hearing regarding the proposed assessments that are being levied within the district. Since formation of the Lighting District in 1991, the district assessments being levied have remained the same. No increase in rates. One of the largest components of our expenditures is electric consumption. In December of 2025, we had a lease that went into place years back, and it was for retrofit of city LED street improvement retrofit project for our lights, and that lease was expired in December of 2025, which is a great thing for the city. It had an expenditure of approximately $476,000 a year. So that expense has been eliminated. The total assessments being levied for the lighting district for fiscal year 2026-27 will be $1,650,480. So that concludes my presentation. Staff recommends council to approve the item before you for the Oceanside Lighting District Assessment District 2-1991, adopting a resolution confirming the diagram and assessments for fiscal year 2026-27, and ordering the assessments to be levied for the fiscal year. And I'm available to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you. This is a public hearing. This is a time to hear from the public regarding this item. Do we have any requests that were of people signing up?
Yes, we do. We have one request to speak from Randy Reynolds.
Thank you, Mr. Reynolds. Welcome. You're back?
I'm
Yes.
back. Okay, so the item under, again, Randy Reynolds from Villa Trieste
Yes.
Homeowners Association. So the item under consideration is the engineer's report, and wanted to let everybody see kind of what the front of that looks like. It identifies a few different exhibits that are in this, and there's a section like this for all of the 11 LMADs. And as part of the Del Oro Hills group, and seeking to better understand the operation at LMAD, I've been doing as much research as possible to educate myself and share that with the group. The engineer's report is a great resource because it describes the planned improvements to the LMAD and attempts to explain why the cost to maintain the LMAD continues to rise. And much of that can be found.
This is on the lighting district, right? So you're just referring to the LMAD?
I'm just referring to the Del Oro Hills district, correct. So this is the page, Exhibit A for the Del Oro Hills district that shows the types of improvements that the money is going to be spent on. So this report shows the estimated expenses that will.
This is for landscape, the LMAD.
Yes.
But you're going to refer to the lighting district. This is about the lighting district.
No, this is about the landscape maintenance assessment district.
No, this is just about the lighting district.
We
This is item
closed the
number
other item
29.
out.
We
The other
just did-
item was already closed out.
I thought the engineer's report was related to this engineer's report.
No.
Okay.
That's all right.
Each
Never
district,
mind.
each district has its own engineer's report. This one has its own. The lighting district has its own engineer's report.
Gotcha. Understood. Thank you.
No problem.
Thank you very much. I was wondering what the connection was going to be.
Me too.
Okay, Mr. Jimmy Knott.
Yes, Mayor, Council Members, Jimmy Knotts, 127 Sherry Lane. A few years ago, when this item came up, the city was exploring using solar or going eventually over full solar as other communities, including Camp Pendleton, do solar backup and solar power eventually so that we could cut down onto the electricity cost for our lighting. I was wondering what the progress is on that system, since that was a goal at the time, and that was about 15 years ago. Thank you.
You want me to take that, or?
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to address the council on this item, the lighting district? Okay, I don't see anyone else rising to speak. I'm going to go ahead and close this part of the public hearing and go to the council. Is there a motion?
Move approval.
Is there a second? Second. All right, there's a motion and second. Please vote.
Motion approved, 5-0.
Thank you. Item number 30, staff recommends City Council hold a public hearing and adopt a resolution accepting the 2025 Urban Water Management Plan and adopt a resolution accepting the 2025 Water Shortage Contingency Plan. I'm going to go ahead and open this public hearing, request disclosures regarding, of council members regarding constituent contacts and our correspondence.
Staff only.
Staff.
None. Staff.
Mr. Navarro, do we have any correspondence and or petitions?
We have not received any correspondence or petition on this item.
All right, thank you. We're going to go ahead and get a presentation by Elisa Marone, Water Efficiency Program Manager. Did I pronounce your name right?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, Deputy Mayor, and City Council members. As the Mayor said, I'm Elisa Marone, the Water Efficiency Program Manager here at the City of Oceanside. I'm here today to present information on the 2025 Urban Water Management Plan and the 2025 Water Shortage Contingency Plan. Our request is that the council adopts both plans by resolution, including the additional language that is provided, following a public hearing. A public hearing is required. That public hearing, along with the other regulations related to these plans, are spelled out in the California Water Code. The state requires that all urban water suppliers, like the City of Oceanside, look at supply compared to demand for the next 25 years. The plans must be submitted to the Department of Water Resources, or DWR, every 5 years. The previous version, the one currently on file with the state, was approved by City Council and submitted to the state in June of 2021. The plans presented today are in compliance with the regulations pending these final actions and City Council approval. Then one of the final steps will be to submit them to the state by the end of the month. The analysis done to prepare the plans show that supplies are expected to meet demand through 2050. Supplies will continue to come from purchased imported water and an increasing share of local water. The city purchases water from the San Diego County Water Authority, who also produces a similar plan in their role as a water wholesaler. We coordinate with them, share information, and compare data so that their plan could reliably show that they will have supply available to meet the needs of the region. Oceanside also has local water resources to serve the Oceanside community, which include groundwater, recycled water, and pure water. Because Oceanside is on track for supplies to meet demands with the actions and the programs that are already in place or anticipated, the plans summarize and discuss these programs, but do not propose any new projects or request any funding. The last set of findings that I want to highlight today has to do with dry periods, which we all know are inevitable. The plan is required to extend that supply-demand comparison by looking at a single dry year and multiple dry years. The analysis shows that using a combination of things like stored water resources and increased conservation, the city would still have sufficient water to meet demands in the face of reduced supplies. The conservation strategies have not changed since 2020. They include things like everyday actions, such as preventing overspray from irrigation systems, to enhanced actions such as limiting the number of days, the number of irrigation days. These actions are found in our municipal code, as well as in the water shortage contingency plan, which is also Section 8 of the Urban Water Management Plan. The plan has been available for public comments since May 4th. No public comments were received, but the city did receive notes from the city's consulting attorney working on water rights on behalf of the city. Those edits are minor changes that provide clarifying language, and they were provided to the council yesterday. In conclusion, staff recommends that council hold a public hearing, receive public comments, and adopt the plans, including the changed language, via resolution. I'm available for any comments. Thank you.
Thank you very much. This is a public hearing. This is the time to hear from the public regarding the urban water management plan that is required by state law. Anyone wishing to address this item?
No speakers on this
All
item.
right. You did not have to have signed up. If you wish to address the council, please rise, approach the podium, and you have up to 3 minutes to speak. I see no one rising, so I'm going to go ahead and close this part of the public hearing and go to the council. I do have a question. On page 2 of the staff report, it states that the plans demonstrate that between local water resources such as groundwater, pure water, Oceanside program, and recycled water and imported water purchased through the San Diego Water Authority, the city will have sufficient water supplies to meet future demands.
Yeah.
This does not include anything other than what is planned, what has been approved. Is that correct? It does not include SB 79 that becomes effective July 1st.
I don't know what SB 79.
Oh, sorry.
Do I know
Mr. Borrego?
Yeah, that question was actually posed to our Water Utilities Director earlier, and that answer is, your assertion is correct. SB 79 is a piece of local land use legislation, which we'll be discussing later this evening, that has a potential to significantly boost development potential in our city. Given the timelines of this plan, it does not anticipate those growth assumptions, but I would expect that future plans would.
Thank you very much. I'm going to go ahead and move adoption. Anyone else wishing to speak or anyone wanting to second? Okay, there's a second. Seeing no other requests to speak, let's vote.
Motion approved, 5-0.
Thank you. Item number 31, staff recommends City Council and the Community Development Commission adopt amended text proposed by the California Coastal Commission to add language clarifying that the existing downtown density cap of 5,500 units is a target that may be exceeded. The California Coastal Commission further suggests the addition of language requiring the city to submit a local coastal program amendment to update density bonus regulations, including within the downtown district, and add objective design standards for multifamily projects that qualify for streamlined review. I'm going to go ahead and open this public hearing, request disclosures from council members regarding constituent contacts and/or correspondence.
For this specific item, staff only.
Staff only. All right, I did speak to members of the Coastal Commission staff. In addition, I attended the hearing of this item, which was held on February 5th at Half Moon Bay, and had some discussions there as well with staff prior to the hearing.
Talked to a lot of people 3 years ago when we did the original action, just staff for this current one.
Staff only.
Right. Mr. Navarro, do we have any correspondence and/or petitions?
We have not received any correspondence or petition on this item.
Thank you. We're going to go ahead and get a presentation from Nicole Weedman, Planner 2 for the City of Oceanside.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, Council members. Nicole Weedman with the Planning Division here to present agenda item number 31. Staff is making the recommendation shown on this slide. In November 2021, the Council and the Community Development Commission, which I will hereby refer to as Council, adopted an ordinance amending Article 12 of the zoning ordinance to remove the 43 dwelling units per acre density limit for mixed-use projects in the downtown zoning district, with the intention that objective zoning standards and the redevelopment plan's maximum allowance of 5,500 dwelling units would regulate residential density within the downtown district. In October of 2023, Council voted to reinstate a density cap of 86 dwelling units per acre. And then August 2025, Council adopted amendments to Article 12. Council's adopted amendments to Article 12 were submitted to the California Coastal Commission for review and certification. In February 2026, California Coastal Commission approved the amendments with suggested modifications, and the city must take formal action to adopt the suggested modifications from Coastal Commission's resolution of the certification. So to go through the suggested modifications, Coastal Commission's first suggested modification applies to Article 12, Section 1232, Additional Regulation D2. The suggested language clarifies that 86 dwelling units per acre is the maximum base density, exclusive of any applicable density bonuses. It also clarifies that although the downtown district may have a target density cap of 5,500 dwelling units per acre, that number is a target and may be exceeded. Modification number 2, Coastal Commission's second suggested modification applies to Article 12, Section 1232, Additional Regulation KK, which is adoption of mixed-use development plans. The modification again clarifies that the downtown district's 5,500 unit density cap figure established by the general plan is a target number that may be exceeded. And the final suggested modification from Coastal Commission also applies to Article 12, Section 1232, Additional Regulation KK. The modification adds 3 subsections seen on this slide to 1, clarify that the state density bonus law does not override or diminish the requirements of the California Coastal Act. 2, clarify that the approving body may allow minor local coastal plan inconsistency for density bonus projects only if they avoid significant coastal resource impacts, and it requires denial for any concession, waiver, incentive, or density increase that would cause unavoidable or unmitigatable impacts. And 3, would require the city to submit a local coastal plan amendment to Coastal Commission by January 1st of 2029 to update its density bonus regulations and establish objective design standards for qualifying multifamily projects. With that, staff is recommending that Council adopt amended text proposed by the California Coastal Commission. That concludes staff's presentation, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. This is a time to hear from the public on this item. The Coastal Commission did ask for an additional year, so there has been time between the last time that we talked about it and now. But they did hear it in, February? And, yes, February. And it's finally here. So Patty signed up to speak on this?
Patty Kirchman?
Anyone else wishing to address the council on this item? Okay, I don't see anyone else rising. Patty Kay? Okay, I'm going to go ahead and close this part of the hearing. And 3 of us went up to this hearing. We were hoping that we would win the day, but the best that we could do was get a target or goal. Otherwise, the recommendation was going to be to deny. And we felt that we needed to get something, and we really thank you, Mr. Borrego, for taking the time to go up there. It was a one-day, get up and take a flight at 6 o'clock in the morning and come back later that night. So I appreciate that. We also had a development services director with us, so we had, top guns to try to resolve this. So I do appreciate staff's assistance, and we also testified before the Coastal Commission. So it was this and the next item that we ended up going up there for. So I'm going to go ahead. Oh, Councilmember Weiss.
I was just going to move approval, staff recommendation.
Is there a second? All right, there's a motion and second. Please vote.
We'll need the title.
Oh, sorry.
Thank you. This is the introduction and first reading of an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Oceanside, amending Article 12 of the Oceanside zoning ordinance that addresses downtown density with California Coastal Commission's suggested modifications and requesting certification as amended, LCPA 22-0002.
Thank you, and this is an adoption of resolution and the introduction of ordinance. Please vote.
Motion approved, 5-0.
Thank you. Item number 32. Staff recommends City Council introduce an ordinance to adopt amended text proposed by the California Coastal Commission to incorporate suggested modifications to the inclusionary housing ordinance. That is Chapter 14C of the Oceanside City Code, updating the definitions of various income categories, modifying the threshold for inclusionary housing requirements, removing restrictions on the utilization of accessory dwelling units for meeting inclusionary housing requirements, and correcting section numbering to incorporate suggested modifications. I want to go ahead and open this public hearing, request disclosures from council members regarding constituent contacts and/or correspondence.
Staff.
None. Yes, I attended the meeting of the Coastal Commission on February 5th. This was also on the same agenda, same people present, and same conversations we had.
Staff.
Staff.
Mr. Navarro, do we have any correspondence and/or petitions?
We have not received any correspondence or petition on this item.
Thank you. So person presenting is Ms. Leilani Hines, who is our housing director, Housing and Neighborhood Services Director. Ms. Hines?
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, council members, members of the public here this evening. Back in 2024, I think we had some updates to the inclusionary housing ordinance. That was, as the mayor mentioned, brought before the California Coastal Commission earlier this year. There were suggested modifications to that ordinance, and tonight we are introducing those suggested modifications to allow for the introduction or the revision of the inclusionary housing ordinance, or Chapter 14C of the Oceanside City Code. So back in January 2024, we made some major modifications to the inclusionary housing ordinance. Those modifications were only applicable to those areas outside of the coastal zone. The more important requirement was we went from a 10% inclusionary housing requirement to setting aside 15% of residential developments coming forward as affordable housing. We raised our project threshold from 3 dwelling units to 10 dwelling units. We required a proportionate unit mix or dispersal of units and access to amenities across the board for fair housing purposes. We clarified the use of ADUs as an alternative for only single-family residential dwelling units or projects at that time. Then in October 2025, the adopted amendments were submitted to the California Coastal Commission. They heard that issue in February 2026 and provided 7 suggested modifications. Half of those modifications really were more cleanup items, but I'll go over the more substantive revisions for you. So we had raised the project threshold to 10 or more dwelling units. That was consistent with what we saw in terms of inclusionary housing programs throughout the state. The California Coastal Commission requested that we modify it to a projects of 7 or more housing units. That's very consistent with the City of San Diego's policy. More recently, last year, the state added acutely low-income category to its definitions, and therefore the California Coastal Commission also requested that we define this within our ordinance. And then in terms of the basic standards, we have always requested that units be affordable for 55 years. California Coastal Commission requested that this be clarified, that it is really just a minimum of 55 years, but projects could do a little bit more if they wish to. And then ADUs, we allowed it as an alternative for single-family residential units. In accordance with state law, ADUs are actually allowed in both single-family and multifamily projects, and so therefore requested that we include this within our inclusionary housing ordinance. I will say, though, that the inclusionary housing ordinance pairs very well with density bonus projects. Most of our inclusionary housing projects are, in fact, density bonus projects. State density bonus law, however, does not allow necessarily ADUs as applicable for density bonus affordable units. So while we have this as an alternative, in practicality, it's not realistically going to be a choice if you pair it with density bonus law. So the modifications that are requested for the California Coastal Commission, we are also requesting that those just be modified to be applied citywide. So with that, staff recommends that we accept public comments tonight at the hearing and then introduce the ordinance to incorporate the suggested modifications by the California Coastal Commission to our inclusionary housing ordinance, or Chapter 14C of the Oceanside City Code. That concludes staff's presentation this evening.
Thank you very much. This is a public hearing. This is time to hear from the public. Do we have anyone who has signed up?
We have one speaker registered, Jimmy Knott.
Okay, Mr. Knott.
Mayor, council members, Jimmy Knott, 127 Cherry Lane. Thank you, Housing Director, for taking and do your presentation. I have to ask a question is the acutely low income, does that equate to extremely low income within some of the definitions that we have been commonly using? Also, the secondary question is due to recent experiences by some of the people in our senior community, is especially with some of the new new apartment buildings that are going on, like along Oceanside Boulevard. When they have seniors going over, they're asking about vouchers, and they're getting a little bit confused with, whether vouchers are accepted. And they say, whether vouchers is saying HUD system. And so that needs to be clarified a little bit more with our people out there. But the question is they're being told there's nothing available. Maybe the accessory dwelling units may be, or any of those vouchers available could be those used with the ADUs. And that way would open a door for more housing for some of our seniors who need housing that are currently like in shelter programs, that if people want to rent out an ADU, would that be a viability? Or any of our homeless that would be out there be able to use an ADU instead of just regular apartments or houses? And that opportunity would take and be granted to the homeowner, as well as being an opportunity for that homeless or that senior that is in temporary problems that they could meet and be a solution. Those are a couple of questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to address the council on this very specific item? I see no one else rising, so I'm going to go ahead and close this part of the public hearing and go to staff. Does staff want to make any other comments?
Absolutely. To answer some of the questions that Mr. Jimmy Knott provided, acutely low income is actually much lower than extremely low. It's its own category. It's at 15% of AMI, so you are talking about near homeless or at-risk homelessness at that level. In terms of our Housing Choice Voucher Program, or all commonly known as the Section 8 program, that program is a voluntary program in terms of the landlord. So landlords have the choice to accept them or not. However, under fair housing law, they cannot discriminate against a voucher holder based upon the fact that they have a voucher. They just need to qualify in their other terms for rental of the unit. The program is very flexible in that you can be in a single-family home, an apartment community, an ADU, and it even covers shared living situations as well. It's just a matter of a landlord wanting or accepting that voucher, then the unit passing what our basic health quality standards, and then that the rent is reasonable. So it's a very flexible program, just voluntarily accepted by the landlord.
Thank you. All right, to the council, Deputy Mayor Joyce.
I would like to happily move approval. So this has been a long time coming, and I appreciate staff and the folks that went up to the mayor and the staff that went up to the hearing. We passed the ordinance that applied to the rest of the city years ago, and I cannot help but say it is unfortunate that we have adopted this now after we've approved thousands of units downtown. We lost hundreds of affordable homes that could have been included in it, which is really unfortunate. I do have a question for staff. If, let's say, one of the projects downtown runs out their clock, when would we be able to opt them up to the 15%? And I'm sorry, I didn't give you a heads up on this. Is there opportunities to do that with these projects that have a shot clock of getting through the process?
Yeah.
I'm sorry, can you repeat that, Deputy Mayor Joyce?
So let's say the Regal, redevelopment. When would we be able to get them into 15%? Would they have to their application completely have to fall out and have to be redone for them to be opted up? We can't change anything before then?
That's correct. If it was already approved, it'd be subject to the conditions of approval and the regulations at that time.
Okay. And so to the extent, and I just want to flag this because sometimes we're not always aware of what's happening, to the extent that we have discretion to keep a project fresh and moving through the process and give them extensions that we have discretion on, it is my firm belief that we should use every opportunity we have discretion to make sure that we are getting the affordable housing out of each of those projects that we should. I know that we don't always have that discretion, but when we do, we should be holding them accountable for building the affordable housing. So I don't know if do we need to do like an item or something on that, or is that our standard operating right now?
No, I think,
Go ahead.
well, I was going to say yes. So there is, and I don't know the number of years offhand, but through our entitlement process, zoning entitlement is only valid for a certain period of time, and at that point it does expire. The extent to which any future extensions are discretionary, we would need to look into that. But clearly, I think we would follow sorry, it's getting late. Follow council's direction, and certainly we can appreciate that point. If there is discretion and it is within the bounds of the law, then I would agree that we should be holding them to a higher standard if we have the ability to do so. And we'd be happy to do that, and I will have that conversation with Development Services staff.
I think it's 3 years.
Okay.
Peter agrees, it's 3 years. I think the fog is a bit because of COVID and the state passed laws that I think are over now. They were temporary laws
all those
for
extensions
automatic
have expired.
extensions. So I think if the city attorney knows if they're all gone, and I think that the request is to not exercise discretion if once the time is over, to basically make sure that they would be required to have to be subject to the new the current laws. Do you have that?
I don't know off the top of my head to have
okay.
where the status of some of the longer tenured projects are. There are provisions in SB 330 for projects that did get early vesting, that if they don't proceed to construction within, I believe, 2.5 years, that they do lose the benefit of the SB 330 vesting. So there are provisions that are built into the law on some of these things. I think Deputy Mayor's point is well taken, and staff would, of course, look at those processes to make sure that we're accurately tracking those projects.
Maybe tickle those.
Yeah, I was actually going to suggest that we put a memo together for council, give the status of the projects that are pending out there that are, because we do have a handful of projects that I can think of that have been entitled several years ago that have not pulled
Over
building
3
permits.
years, I would say.
Yes, and if, and give a status of those projects and what, the future holds for those in terms of any future potential extensions, and we can package that up in a memo and get that to you.
That would be wonderful. Thank you. The only other thing I wanted to say is I love the idea of the ADU program, finding some way to make that co-beneficial to everybody involved. If we have any tools to do that, maybe we can talk about that later, Jimmy. Otherwise, I am so happy to move this
See this?
forward. Yes, thank you.
See it and move it. Second? Is there a second? All right, there's a motion and a second. Please vote. And title the ordinance.
There we go. Motion approved.
Sorry.
I know, I was still thinking about the vesting issue. This is the first reading and introduction of an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Oceanside, amending Chapter 14C of the Oceanside City Code to establish revised inclusionary housing regulations with modifications suggested by the California Coastal Commission. So,
Please, thank you. Please vote.
Motion approved, 5-0.
Thank you, and we're going to go ahead and take a 5-minute break, so to 8:35. Thank you. All right, this is now item number 33. Staff recommends City Council, 1, confirm issuance of a statutory exemption per CEQA guidelines under sections 153378B5 and 15060C3. And 2, introduce a phasing ordinance as authorized under SB 79 to exclude and exempt eligible sites and defer implementation of SB 79 on qualifying sites as authorized under Government Code Sections 65912, 157H, and 65912, 160E1, and 65912, 161B1. I want to go ahead and open this public hearing and request disclosures from council members regarding constituent contacts and/or correspondence.
Staff and public.
Oh, I'm sorry. Staff, public, I've also been having conversations with, at Sandag, especially as they are the organization that will be putting out the maps. Public, members of the public.
Staff and public, and then we spoke in Sacramento with
Oh,
folks
yes,
on
that
this
too, yes.
Staff and public.
All right, so we're going to go ahead and begin with a presentation by Dane Thompson, our senior planner for City of Oceanside.
Thank you, and good evening, Honorable Mayor, council members. Dane Thompson with the Planning Division, presenting the SB 79 phasing ordinance. Staff is recommending the following 2 actions. SB 79 is known as the Affordable Homes Near Transit Act. It was signed into law on October 10th, 2025, and is slated to become effective July 1. SB 79 preempts local zoning restrictions, allowing low-rise, mid-rise housing within a half mile of qualifying TOD stops on sites zoned for residential, commercial, or mixed-use development. Staff is currently assuming 7 such TOD zones surrounding the 7 Sprinter stations. From west to east, that is Oceanside Transit Center, Coast Highway, Crouch, El Camino, Rancho Del Oro, College, Mallard. SB 79 does not require any action on the behalf of cities. However, it does grant local governments limited abilities to permanently exempt sites meeting certain statutory criteria, defer implementation on other sites until as late as 2032, and/or process a local TOD alternative plan, redistributing housing capacity within certain limits. The alternative plan I just discussed will take additional staff time and thus will come back to this council at a later date. The ordinance before you tonight maximizes all potential exemptions and maximizes all potential deferrals without discrimination. SB 79 prescribes certain development standards, namely density, FAR, height. These standards depend on the tier of the transit stop as well as distance to the TOD stop. The tier just depends on the type of trains or transit that it serves and how many of those. We can come back to this slide if there's questions later. All SB 79 projects over 10 units must provide a minimum level of below market rate housing in the list that you see on the slide. If a local jurisdiction has a higher local inclusionary requirement, ours is 15%, that shall prevail. Given that all these projects, or most of these projects, will have affordable component requirements, most of the projects will be eligible for state density bonus, with the caveat that cities are not required to allow additional height beyond that prescribed in SB 70. SB 79 does not exempt projects from the discretionary review process, very similar to state density bonus law. However, projects that meet certain affordability and construction labor requirements can utilize SB 35 for ministerial approval if they're on a qualified site. Projects are still required to undergo CEQA review unless they qualify for SB 35 and its ministerial process. SB 79 projects in the coastal zone must comply with the Coastal Act and our local coastal program. Any housing that's demolished must comply with replacement housing requirements from the state. And most sites, given their location and proximity to a major transit stop, will be eligible for AB 27, which allows significantly reduced parking. Not all sites are eligible for SB 79. Staff has categorized them into 3 different types of ineligibilities. So the first is exclusions. These are sites that are inherently ineligible and no action is required on behalf of the city. Exemptions are sites where the city can take action to make them permanently ineligible. Deferrals are similar, where the city can take action to make them ineligible, but only on a temporary basis. So the exclusions, the sites that are inherently ineligible for SB 79 include sites that are more than a half mile from a TOD stop, sites that are zoned, or sorry, not zoned for residential, commercial, or mixed-use development, which in this map is shown as uncolored sites that are within the half-mile buffers. So that would include industrial sites, open space, and so on. Sites which require the demolition of rent-controlled units are also naturally excluded, as shown in this map.
That would include the rent-controlled units, rent-controlled housing.
Correct. In this map, there's actually 3 criteria that we're showing. So any site that is subject to rent control via, say, an ordinance. We're also showing sites that are subject to an affordability regulatory agreement, as well as sites that are subject to the Tenant Protection Act. and the statewide rent control. In addition to those, sites within 100 feet of a wetland are effectively undevelopable. Here you have that 100-foot wetland buffer in blue. And then lastly, sites under conservation easement are also effectively undevelopable, as shown. There is only one criteria for sites that can be exempted. That is voluntarily exempted from SB 79, but on a permanent basis. That one criteria is sites without a walking path to a DOD stop of less than 1 mile. Here, the important part to note is that there is no definition of walking path, so staff created its own definition of walking path, which is essentially continuous sidewalk.
And that would include ADU?
Sorry?
That it
ADUs?
would have to be ADU.
ADA compliant?
Excuse me, ADA. What did I say, ADU? Sorry, it's time.
All good, all good.
Late time.
We haven't, the word accessibility is in there, but we haven't tied the definition to actual ADA requirements, which include things like cross slopes and regular slopes, as well as curb cuts. So here, this map shows the sites that we are proposing to exempt. So as you can see, mostly in the Fire Mountain and Miracosta communities. And then lastly, deferrals. So the temporarily exempted sites include these following 4 criteria. First one, or 3 criteria. The first one is sites that permit 50% or more of SB 79 standards. This is going to be sites in your downtown, your mixed-use downtown sites, sites in the coastal zone, as well as mixed-use designations in the upcoming corridors. The next criteria is sites within a TOD zone that is largely comprised of a low-resource area, which cumulatively allows at least 40% of SB 79 density across the entire zone. There's only one zone that met that criteria, and that was the Oceanside.
That's what?
The Oceanside Transit Center, OTC
Right.
stop. So as shown here on the map, we are proposing to defer the entirety of that zone. There are some overlaps of sites that are exemptable, so we would be pursuing exemption of such sites. And lastly, for deferrals, sites that have a locally designated historic resource can also be deferred, which are only 7 sites that are also in the OTC area, so those are already being proposed to be deferred. Here's the combined map that shows exclusions, exemptions, and deferrals. I want to point out that there is an issue with the staff report posting, and this map was actually swapped with an outdated map. So the only change between this map and the map that was posted is that the OTC area is now all, whereas before.
All excluded.
Deferred more so, yeah. So deferment in blue, exclusion inherently ineligible in pink, and then exempted in red. So this table shows that map, but just in numerical form, where the green lines, you're showing SB 79 capacity without any exemptions and deferrals. The purple lines show those reductions. As you can see, the reductions aren't uniform. There's some zones like OTC has a complete reduction. There are major reductions for Crouch and El Camino, and then minor reductions for Melrose and College. We touched on this briefly earlier, but SB 79 allows local governments to adopt an alternative plan, which really just allows us to redistribute planned capacity across zones and across the city. This will be pursued at a later date, but to go over briefly the allowances there, the limitations we're dealing with for the alternative plan is a no net loss in capacity across the entire city. Individual sites can't have capacity reduced or increased beyond certain limits, and individual TOD zones can't be reduced beyond 50% of SB 79 capacity. Another thing to note is that alt plans not exempt sites or neighborhoods completely. They're limited to those reductions or increases. The proposed ordinance is not considered a project, therefore not subject to CEQA. And on May 18th, the Planning Commission voted unanimously to recommend adoption of the ordinance before you tonight. With that, staff recommends that council confirm issuance of a statutory exemption for CEQA and introduce the subject phasing ordinance. That concludes my presentation, and I'll be available for any questions.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
This is time for to hear from the public. Do we have people who have signed up?
Yes, we do. We have 2 registered speakers on this item.
Okay.
Our first speaker is Jimmy Knott, to be followed by Diane Nygaard.
All right, thank you. And then afterwards, I will ask if anyone else wishes to speak on this item. Mr. Knott?
Mayor, council members, Jimmy Knott, 127 Sherry Lane, also the La Salina Mobile Village homeowners representative. Wish to express our support of your staff's recommendation. Being a mobile home owner and having my own mobile home park, we appreciate this report and the exemption that would be granted to my park.
Yes.
Because we are one of the few affordable housing opportunities into the Oceanside area and also in the San Diego region. One thing I also want to express that for the whole line that's being considered here, not just my park, but other parks which are involved as well, because I'm not the only park impacted. There are other people that are impacted as well. I have 2 questions that are involved with this. When it was brought up about the walking path, there is a walking path from Coast Highway to the beach along the Loma Alta Creek there, going down through Buccaneer Beach along the, the pathway there. That has been a long-established walking path. I did not see that. It's really, really small. So I would like to make sure that that's included into there, because it's going to be expanded as well with the Loma Alta improvements that's going to be going on both sides of the creek. The second thing is I also want to be considered as well is that we have tsunami inundation zones as well as other danger zones that I don't see it being set aside or any consideration that might need to be considered as well, because I don't want to see any building taking place in an area that's going to be threatening to the habitation by any human being that could be threatened. And I think that's very important. About affordability, potentially, you have people that may be receiving public assistance that can be considered as well. I want that to be as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Nygaard?
Honorable Mayor, City Council, Diane Nygaard, representing Preserve Calavera. We greatly appreciate the massive effort our city staff has undertaken to get this package before you tonight so our city can be ready by July 1st when this law becomes effective. And the initial worst-case assessment for Oceanside is this could require 10,000 more residential units at each 7 stations, 70,000 citywide. Can you imagine that? We believe our staff has come up with a plan that complies with the law, but takes advantage of all of the exemptions and phasing on alternative plans that will reduce those impacts. So we don't know how much growth we'll be forced to accommodate, but it's going to be far less than an initial worst-case assessment. So we urge you to adopt the staff recommendation, but to also provide direction to staff to address 3 issues of concern. First, this proposes to exempt the hardline preserved lands. But in the course of preparing the general plan update, staff determined our current baseline maps of preserved lands are not accurate, and they're in the process of issuing an RFP to verify and correct those maps. So we're concerned about making sure that correct, accurate information gets incorporated in this plan. 2, we need a massive investment in infrastructure to support this massive amount of growth, particularly to our transportation system. We need to update the methodology we use to determine transportation impacts of projects. Our local transportation study often determines a project will cause unacceptable traffic congestion, but then says it's not feasible to widen the roads to accommodate, so the developer isn't obligated to do anything. We need to update our local transportation studies so developers have to consider the entire transportation system, and that our transportation impact fees are updated so they address all modes of transportation, and new development pays its fair share. And 3, we need to commit to update our climate action plan as soon as possible after we have confirmed these growth numbers. The more growth we have, the greater the emissions, the air quality, noise, all of the other impacts that come with that. We've got to do that. We can't just build more housing and not also provide the transportation and infrastructure we need that will make the city livable, not just for the new residents, but for all of us who call Oceanside home. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to address the council on this matter? Anyone else? All right, I'm going to go ahead and see no one else rising, close this part of the public hearing, and go to staff if you wish to address, or if you're able to address some of the issues that were brought up.
Thank you, Honorable Mayor. I'll address a few of the questions that came up. So first from Jimmy Knott. He had a question about the walking path on Coast Highway where it borders Loma Alta Creek and goes all the way to Buccaneer Beach. I looked at the map and none of the sites in that TOD zone for the Coast Highway Station have been excluded. And so that has been included or was effectively included. For tsunami considerations, SB 79 allows cities to defer sites that are subject to 1 foot of sea level rise. We didn't have any sites that met that criteria, so we couldn't use that deferment. But SB 79 does not exempt sites from meeting floodplain requirements and other life safety issues. And I think that's it.
Thank you. Mr. Berger, did you want to make some comments?
Yeah, I wanted to address a couple of comments that Ms. Nygaard made, and as has been shared with the City Council before, we are looking at updating our traffic impact fee to be able to better address some of the impacts of projects that we're not otherwise able to condition. So that is in the works. And then also wanted to mention that I do expect that when we bring forward the alternate plan, at the same time, we will also have to reassess our cap. Because the growth projections will be changing, and I think that analysis is warranted, and I've shared that with Ms. Nygaard in earlier conversation.
Thank you. I
Madam,
know that.
Madam Mayor, if I may add, just also in response to the hardline preserve, once the general plan is approved, there is a vegetation mapping exercise that will happen or occur within 1 to 2 years. The alt plan, we don't have a specific deadline, even though it is a priority, but we can look into including that as part of our alternative plan.
It is a very, very high priority in as much as we are basically being, I don't know how I say this, forced into somehow allowing intensive development in the city of Oceanside. And this is something that has been going on for a while, this idea of knowing where our hardline preservation areas are, but the soft line that could now be hardline hasn't been studied, even though we've been wanting to do this for over 25 years. So it now is a high priority, a very high priority, because if we don't set these sites also aside, then there will more likely than not be attempts to develop these areas, and they may be wetlands. There may be habitat. There may be critical habitat, and we will not be able to do anything about it if we don't put this out front. So those are my concerns. I know that you have been working really, really hard on this. This was something that I know all of us on the dais were looking at really carefully on the SB 79. There were at least 15 changes to that law, and there was one vote at the very end, and even while it was on the floor, they were still making deals. And so by the time it came out, first, Oceanside was supposed to be in Tier 1, which was going to be lower. And unfortunately, they took out Tier 1 completely. So I thought initially, wow, this is not going to even have to apply to us. The definitions with respect to the Sprinter, it sounded like we were not even going to be including the Sprinter. The Sprinter is a hybrid light rail that is highly antiquated now. I don't even know if there's any real funding that we'll be able to get for it. Plus, I know that operating-wise, they're having a difficult time funding it. And one of the definitions had to do with whether you would count twice, like trains traveling back and forth, as one trip. They're counting it as two, and that's why somehow or other we ended up getting the Sprinter included. 7 stops. That predates me, so I never understood why 7 stops in the middle of nowhere kind of things. But the City of Oceanside has the most stops versus other cities that Vista, San Marcos, Escondido. They have a lot fewer stops. So it is the stops that are driving this. And if we did nothing, my understanding is we would more than double our population if we did nothing. So I so appreciate that staff got immediately on this, contacted Sandag to see what assistance we would be able to get. And so your work, all the hours that you've been working and trying to figure out, in anticipation of development requests, what would be the kind of things that would make the site very challenged, because it would not be able to handle that kind of development. So I appreciate it. I know people are really concerned, scared that within a half a mile of the Sprinter, they may be seeing intense development. So I want to, publicly, I really just want to really thank staff, Mr. Borrego, and everyone else who has been, really coming up with, because we were already doing this. We were already densifying the downtown. This is before SB 79, all of these other laws and rules. It seemed to me that the law was really created to punish cities that didn't want to have any affordable homes in their communities. But we were never like that. We've always been basically a working class community, and trying to ensure that we had affordable housing within our city. So thank you again. Councilmember Figueroa.
Thank you, staff, for all your work and the presentations and everything briefing leading up to this. Just for Mr. Knott made his comment in regards to the walkway from Coast Highway down the Loma Alta Slow path. It falls under the wetland or habitat preserve, so it is excluded, or did you say that it was included within? I just want to clarify.
Councilmember Figueroa, it likely is in that wetland buffer, but I believe it's public right-of-way regardless, so it wouldn't be developable. But for using it as a walking path, it doesn't really matter if it's included or excluded, because all of those sites would still be within a mile, regardless of which way you take to the train stop.
Thank you.
Deputy Mayor?
Yeah, I just want to say thank you, staff. I know that we're working on the Smart Sustainable Corridor Plan, and it's frustrating because I know we've been working on that for a while, and then Sacramento decided we didn't have enough to do, so they gave us a hard deadline with no information and no map, so thanks. And, you know, I think the point that you made, the mayor made about the stops that don't really go anywhere. I mean, we're going to have development there, so they'll I guess go to these developments now. But I appreciate the work. It's been a lot, and I know it's come really fast, and we have a lot of priorities. So it's unfortunate that we had to divert so much energy and attention to kind of fixing this. But I look forward to a very thoughtful alternative plan that does make places for new homes and keeps our city healthy and livable.
Right. We were already working on our update to the general plan that envisioned where we could do the higher densities. And so I want to also thank staff for being able to tie these two projects so that we can show that we have an alternative plan, that we have a better plan for being able to address higher densities and traffic, basically. So again, the city staff, city councils had already envisioned the need for smart growth, smart cities, principles in trying to get people to and from their destinations. And we don't have any work centers. We are not considered that kind of a city. Carlsbad, interestingly enough, has 2 work centers, and they have no rail, so they don't have to do anything. It doesn't seem very just. But anyway, thank you again. I'm going to go ahead and move staff's recommendation, which is to confirm issuance of a statutory exemption per CEQA guidelines, and move introduction of phasing ordinance as authorized under SB 79 to exclude and exempt eligible sites, and the rest of the wording that is here. Is there a second? All right. Any other comments? I don't think anybody likes it. But I again, just want to thank staff because I think this is very unfair.
I just want to clarify for the record, earlier there was some discussion about Oceanside initially being in Tier 1 and then they're not being in Tier 1. It was Tier 3, and the Tier 3 was removed from the legislation.
That's right, Tier 3.
So.
Yeah.
And if there's no further discussion, I can title. This would be the first reading and introduction of an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Oceanside, deferring implementation and exempting certain sites from the Abundant and Affordable Homes Near Transit Act, SB 79.
Thank you. Please vote.
Motion approved, 4-0.
Thank you. I'm going to go back to, I think that was the last hearing, public hearing, go back to finish our last general item, which is item number 25. And we were about to hear from the public on this.
Correct.
Do we still have a list?
Yes, we have 12 speakers on this item.
Okay.
Our first speaker is Corey Schumacher.
Ms. Schumacher?
Good evening, Council. I just have to say that this is one packed agenda, and kudos to all of you for putting in the hard work. It really is a public service. Thank you. My name is Corey Schumacher. I am the Policy Director of IBW 569, representing over 3,700 union electricians and sound technicians in San Diego and Imperial counties, over 100 of whom live right here in Oceanside. And I should also mention again that I am a former resident, lived by the back gate over by the municipal golf course, and went to El Camino High School. Go Wildcats. On behalf of IBW 569, I urge your strong support of the staff recommendations so Oceanside voters can decide the future of Oceanside's access to critical infrastructure funding and public works standards. At this moment, the city remains out of compliance with state law, creating uncertainty around eligibility for millions of dollars to help fund essential safety projects and maintain the public infrastructure that Oceanside families use every day. This is prudent policy housekeeping. Public agencies throughout San Diego County have already updated their policies to align with state requirements and to avoid risking taxpayer-funded investments in their communities. By allowing voters to act to clarify Oceanside's compliance with prevailing wage and fair competition laws, we can protect future funding and keep important public works projects moving forward. I urge the council to adopt the staff recommendations and submit the ballot measure to the voters of Oceanside in November. Thank you again for your service. Take care.
Thank you. Next is Anselmo Estrada, followed by Carol Kim.
Hi, good evening, Mayor, council members. My name is Anselmo J. Estrada, AJ Estrada, and I have the honor of serving as the political director for the San Diego Building and Construction Trades Council. Our council represents over 35,000 members across the county, many of which live right here in Oceanside. We are here to urge you to approve staff's recommendation and place this ballot measure on the November general election ballot. The city of Oceanside, the residents of Oceanside, deserve a city that can offer a dignified quality of life. They deserve a built environment that offers safe and dynamic open spaces where families can gather, community centers with programming that keeps our children occupied and creative, roads that won't cost thousands of dollars in road repair every year, car maintenance every year, water quality and availability that residents can trust, and protection from wildfires and coastal erosion that continue to threaten our county. But as it stands now, Oceanside could be considered out of compliance with state law, placing at risk much needed state funding that residents need to support their critical public works projects. Please give Oceanside voters a chance to amend the charter and bring the city fully into compliance with state law, protecting millions in state infrastructure dollars. Thank you.
Thank you. Carol King, followed by Fabio Herrera.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, City Council members, and City staff. My name is Carol Kim, and like AJ, I'm with the San Diego County Building and Construction Trades Council. I have the honor of representing and serving over 35,000 union construction workers here in the County of San Diego, several hundred of whom are residents, taxpayers, and voters of Oceanside. I'm here to urge you to support placing this charter amendment onto the ballot to allow voters the opportunity to protect their interests and the interests of the city. A cleanup measure like this one being proposed by the mayor and deputy mayor would remove outdated language from the city's charter that could jeopardize its ability to receive state funding for discretionary infrastructure projects. Much of the city of Oceanside's infrastructure is approaching or has approached expiration date, and there will be a need for greater investments in them for more robust maintenance, rehab, and even replacement. Being out of compliance with state law could place more of a burden of paying for these updates to infrastructure on local residents and the city to address pressing infrastructure issues. Meeting the costs of living is already challenging for far too many of us in our communities. It only makes sense to remove any risks and barriers in the city's charter to increase its eligibility for state funding for infrastructure. So we again urge you to support its placement on this November's ballot, and thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Fabio Herrera, followed by Daniel Wisma.
Good evening, council members. My name is Fabio, and I'm an iron worker, local 229. I am a resident of Oceanside, and I'm here seeking support placing this measure on the November ballot, allowing voters the opportunity to amend the charter to clarify Oceanside's compliance with state laws on prevailing wage. A fair competition will ensure continued access to state funded financial supporting for critical infrastructure and all public works projects. I support placing this measure on the November ballot. Thank you.
Thank you. Daniel Wisma, followed by Alfonso Sanchez.
Good evening, council members. It's only going to take me about 10 minutes. I'm just kidding. I'll keep it short. My name is Daniel Wisma. I'm the Vice President for Ironworkers Local 229, representing 1,600 members throughout San Diego County and Imperial County. I support placing this measure on the November ballot. It will help protect state funding for critical infrastructure projects. I respectfully ask the council to give voters the opportunity to decide this issue in November. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Hello, council members. My name is Al Sanchez. Mayor, how you doing? I'm with Local 9 Labor Union. We have about 300 members that live here in Oceanside, and we're just asking push this so the voters can make this happen. And we just want to work. I hear all this awesome work happening, and we just want to get in there, work close to home. I've actually had two, I call them my awesome jobs. One was on Camp Pendleton, working on a sewer treatment plant. Another one was in Oceanside, 2 miles from my house, doing the sewer treatment plant, upgrading it. It was beautiful. So that's what we're asking, just please pass it. Thank you.
Thank you. Priscilla Legorreta, followed by Calvin Barrios.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. As I say, my name is Priscilla Legorreta, and I'm a union member from the Ironworkers. I'm an apprentice. Just want to speak on favor of putting this measure on November's ballot. Oceanside might be out of step on the state law, and that could put a lot of important state fundings at risk. Funds that we really need for things like fixing roads, bridges, and keeping the water safe. Other agencies around San Diego County have done this already, and just to keep their fundings secure. Giving voters a chance to adjust, in a way, the charter. So we're clearly following the state rules on things like fair wages and competition. We'll make sure that we keep getting our critical state support for all the public projects. Thank you.
Thank you. Calvin Barrios, followed by Mike Borkowski.
Good evening, council members, Mayor Sanchez. My name is Calvin Barrios. I'm the Director of Government Affairs for the Laborers Union Local 89. Here speaking on behalf of my business manager, Valentin Macedo, and our nearly 5,000 members. Like my colleague Al Sanchez mentioned, we have about 300 members here in Oceanside. A lot of our actually union leadership grew up in Oceanside. As some of you know, like Val Macedo, my boss, a lot of his family actually grew up in Oceanside, and we still have a lot of residents that are active in the community. We're here to thank you for moving forward with this measure, placing it on the ballot, conforming with state law. I echo the comments that were made by our other crafts men and women. And again, thank you for getting this done. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Mike Borkowski, followed by Christina Marquez.
Yes, ma'am. My name is Michael Borkowski. Resident of Oceanside, have been since 1967. I'm also a local 12 member of the International Union of Operating Engineers, journeyman operator. The PLA ban that we have in place right now, which we want to make sure that come November, you guys will definitely put this up on the ballot so we can at least have some say-so in this, because there's a lot of work that's out there. We're gonna need a lot of this, all this work. Somebody's gonna have to do it. And, you know, what else was there? One that says here, you know, there's, this measure will protect millions of state infrastructure funds. Sounded like you needed some fundage on a lot of those things earlier that we talked about. And this is one where some of that, a lot of the state fundage will be coming to Oceanside. So if you can, please, thank you very much. We really appreciate it.
Thank you. Christina Marquez, followed by Alistair Mulholland.
Good evening. Thank you, Mayor.
and council members. My name is Christina Marquez. I'm with IBEW Local 569, the Electricians Union. I'm also a journeyman. I've been able to benefit from working as an apprentice and a journeyman on these capital improvement projects, ones that I hope that would follow once you guys please vote to have this on the November ballot. But this could benefit folks that not only here in the city, but people that are trying to have a pathway to a middle class and have full family health care benefits along with tuition-free training. This will benefit not only the city of Oceanside and their residents, but everyone in the county by having this move forward. So please vote yes. Thank you.
Thank you. Alistair Mulholland and Randy Clinton.
Hello again. I'm Alistair Vandenberg Mulholland. I'm a journeyman inside wireman with Local 569. I'm also a writer with a newspaper called The Indian Voices. I got the opportunity to interview and write an article about you, Honorable Mayor Sanchez, and got to walk with you, Brother Jimmy. I'm happy that you're right there and representing and helping out the community like that. I hear you tonight. And I'm here to speak about placing this measure on the ballot. As everybody was saying about keeping this in compliance and you know, union labor is a great thing. I've been it's benefited me a lot. You know, since I've been working with the IBEW, I can actually think about being able to buy a house in Oceanside where I grew up. And you know, I got the opportunity to work in Oceanside at Genentech for a little while. So you know, that's a big company. They're hiring the best. They went with us. And I got to do a lot of work right there. And right now I'm driving from Hakumba. So I don't know if you know where that is, but I get to work on a solar farm. It's about an hour and 15 minutes east of San Diego. It's an hour from everywhere, you know. But I'm happy to be working and helping to solve the climate crisis with the IBEW out there. But it would be great if we could get some more work in this area. And I know that the funds could also be going back into the community that the workers are earning that way. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Randy Clinton.
Randall Clinton, journeyman operator. I support staff's recommendation to revoke the PLA ban. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you.
And that concludes our speakers.
Short, direct, and sweet. Okay, to the council, Councilmember Robinson.
Thank you. First of all, thank you guys for being here. It's a long night, but most of you have been out working today. Probably got to get up in a few hours and hit it again. So I really appreciate you being here and hanging in with us. I got some very dear friends that are retired iron workers. I know how hard that is, and all the trades and everything you do. My family's been involved in different trades, so I'm familiar. I can't say that I probably ever worked as hard as some of you do every day, but I really appreciate it. Just a couple things, and and it's probably splitting hairs. It's, you know, they're really in the ban, and we were. I guess I could fairly say we're in compliance. We've had opinions on it, but all that said, it doesn't matter. I'm going to support this, and I know the mayor and the deputy mayor brought this forward, but I'm going to steal their thunder and just move staff's approval. And because I do think the public, it's going to go on a ballot. The public should have a chance to vote on it, and there'll be some other things we'll have to deal with after the fact. And just in full transparency, I do worry about the impact that it could have on some of our local contractors and stuff, such as as item 7 in our consent calendar. It was a contract that was over $1 million, and for a local contractor that we use quite often. And but those are things we'll work through later. But I appreciate your efforts, and thank you for being here tonight.
Thank you. Thank you for making the motion. On page 3 of the resolution, we need to fill in the blank. It's usually the mayor So I would like to be authorized to submit the written argument, if that's okay with your motion, with your motion. It's page 3 on the resolution. Yeah. It's, I'm advised that it's usually the mayor, and so I'm. All right, thank you. I'll go ahead and second that. Councilmember Figueroa?
Just want to thank everyone that stayed through our packet agenda today. Really, thank you all for toughing it out. I'm losing words and thoughts as we speak right now. But just really thankful for all of you and always in support of our local workforce. So I was going to motion, I was going to second, but fully in support of this. So thank you all.
All right, Deputy Mayor?
Okay, real quick. It's election season, and so I was up really late last night watching all the results come in. I'm a romantic about elections. What I noticed is that all of a sudden, you hearing people talking about supporting working families and affordability and like, we're gonna do this and that, but what are you doing to do that? And this is our opportunity to say as a city that we're gonna at least meet the bare minimum and not be a block on working families' ability to earn for their families. And we're gonna be moving toward getting local jobs here for local people with fair, decent wages and give people an opportunity. And that's what this is all about. I'm fully in support and I will be voting yes.
Thank you, and apologize for the lateness of the hour. I don't think we've had that many public hearings ever. But there was so much that we had deadlines to meet. So thank you for waiting it out with us, and thank you for all staying to make your comments. So I'm going to go ahead and ask, please vote. I anticipate a unanimous vote here.
Motion approved.
Thank you very
4-0.
much. Thank you. So did I see Ken Layton? Did I see Ken Layton, or did he leave? Okay, apologies.
We're going to check outside.
Okay, we do have one advanced written request to reserve time to speak. That's item number 34. That's Ken Layton. Otherwise, do we have any items on 35, requests to speak on items not on the agenda?
Yes, we do. We have 5 registered speakers on off-agenda items.
Okay.
Our first speaker is going to be Gilbert Cope,
Gilbert
to be followed by Leo Chapinski.
Cope.
Is this on? Is it on? It's on? Okay. My name is Gilbert Cope. I prefer to go by HUSUSA, which is the acronym for Help Us Save the USA. I founded that in 2009 whenever I saw who was our current president. I'm from Illinois. I know a lot of people in Illinois. I know government in Illinois. We were in trouble. So I formed that organization, and it says right on the side of my van, Help Us Save the USA. And on the rear window, it says, Arrest Hillary Now. And you guys probably didn't know that was me in that van, but here I am. I've been a thorn in your side for a reason. You don't know who I'm working for. Not going to tell you. But I was almost arrested today. I've been hassled. I've been chased. I've asked the city for help. I've asked the police when responding to an attack on me for help. They do not help. I've had video of me being accosted. That didn't matter. And unfortunately, they let the perpetrators go for a reason you know of. So today, last Friday, Webster saw me sitting at Buddy Todd Park, a veterans park where I was happy to sit. And I've been there for over 4.5 years because I was fighting against the property owner who was storing my I've been a licensed general contractor since 1985 in this state, and I had everything I owned, including household items, in that storage unit, over $500,000 at 85 numbers, and I was told that I was going to get evicted while I was mopping up their mess from leaving the roof off. And so I've been busted, and everything was stolen from me, and you guys refused to help. I asked the city for help. I'm pretty sure it was the cartels. You did nothing. And now my vehicle got put in storage. It got impounded. Now I'm going to have to go sleep with a friend under a bush. And this is ridiculous. It's been going on. I offered you help years ago as my viewpoint. You didn't want it. Any of you that are sitting there right now that understand what I'm going through and where I've been, you ought to Google Hastusa. But any of you sitting there that see my viewpoint, and I apologize for the shirt I'm wearing, I'm sure it offends some of you.
Thank you, sir. Chief, can you please have a conversation with him? Chief? Oh, okay. Thank you very much. Leo Chapinski, followed by Stephen Siblovsky.
Honorable Mayor, common sense, intelligent, compassionate Deputy Mayor Joyce, and the rest of you, hello. You know, before I go any further, two things real quick. You know, I was going to talk about safe parking, so real quick, I have a wedding to go to in Indianapolis, Indiana, where I hope to meet both Larry Bird and Caitlin Clark, but I don't know if I'm going to make it because there's no safe parking here. That sucks. I do want to do a shout out though, because hopefully she's watching tonight. Tony from the maintenance worker department, I went to do my civic job as I've done for over 55 years, and that's vote. I went to Joe Balderrama, and as I was going by, she was meticulously cleaning that stone up and getting it looking perfect. So I voted and I come back and she was still working on it. Got done and she says, now all I got to do is paint it. So Tony, I salute you. At least I know my tax dollars are being put to good use. You're working hard, and I hope everyone that goes by the Joe Balderrama thing there, they see that and they give her a little pat on the back. My friend, Mark Larson, who's from Rockford, Illinois, like me, works at KOGO, and same high school and class and so on and so forth. I'm sure he'd be a little upset to hear that a nice organization like KOCT is going to get shut down because of lack of funding. Maybe we can put some money towards it. I'm willing to give $1,000 towards this effort to keep them up and running. And I'm only a homeless two-war veteran. So I'm sure that, like John Fitzgerald Kennedy said, you know, ask not what your country can do for you, ask what you can do for your country. Well, we need to start asking what we can do for KOCT. Great organization. I just have a problem with this homelessness thing, like my friend here, Gil. You folks have chased me around too for 10 years. And you've only got me 3 times, cost me a few $1,000s. But the good news is, one of your towing, which I have pictures of, because Confucius says pictures worth 10,000 words, y'all had to send me back a $950 check for illegal towing, which 7-Eleven had a video of and I had witnesses of. It says 72 hours. Don't park. You have to move your car after 72 hours. Not 12 hours, not 15 hours, not 2 hours, 72 hours. But we have some people here at the Code Enforcement, who I found out from the chief actually is run by the Planning Commission. So I'm going to be speaking to those folks big time. But Officer Rourke has given me hundreds of tickets. I don't know why. Oh, I must be homeless.
Thank you. I think I should correct something here. As to KOCT, we've been talking all along about the general fund. They do get the PEG money, and that's $280,000. $280,000, so just want to make sure. Plus 5,000, there you go, almost 300,000, whatever. Steve Sivlowski, followed by Ed Fitzpatrick.
Good evening, Madam Mayor Sanchez, City Council members, and remaining citizens here in Oceanside. I am lay brother Stephen Gerard Sidlowski. I travel the United States amplifying new USA preborn personhood cities, and it's actually your mission, San Luis Rey de Francia, that brings me here to your beautiful city, and also because you have a city charter, one of the 100+ cities in California with city charters. Just like to give you some quick information on the Mission San Luis Rey. It was actually founded, it's your upcoming anniversary, June 13th. This month. It was founded in 1978. It was the 18th of the 21 Franciscan missions built in Alta, California, and was established by Padre Firman Francisco de Lasson, if I'm saying the name correct. And I will let you know that it's named after the 9th King of France. Catholics will remember the 9 because that's 9 novenas. So just remember, it's named after one of the good kings of France, okay? I've provided you all some very vital, important information because I'm a pro-life speaker. We all started our journey in our mother's womb anyway, and I'm doing this between Mother's Day and Father's Day. Do you have your camera here that it can come on? If so, just put some information out. The first thing I'm giving you is the precious feet pin. The journey of our life in our mother's wombs. And the pin, I hope you'll consider wearing it in the future on a special day, maybe your birthday, maybe your mother and dad's birthday. That's the size of our feet in our mother's womb at 10 weeks. And that precious feet pin comes from the Heritage House. That's out of Snowflake, Arizona. I've done a lot of research in the United States. I'd like to next that I'm providing you the Bible bookmarks. And that is right here. If I got it right. Thank you. There's important information on the Bible bookmarks. And please consider especially reading some of the important books like The American Covenant by Marshall Foster, Killing the Culture by Reverend Robert Spitzer, former president of Gonzaga University, and the 1916 Project by Seth Gruber. And then finally, I'm hoping that you will go ahead and put on your future agenda a wonderful resolution. Please email me for future education on New USA preborn personhood cities because the clock is ticking. God bless you all.
Thank you. Ed Fitzpatrick, followed by Jimmy Knott.
Hi, thank you, Mayor, and thank you, City Council members. Some good news about me after being 3 years in my car. And of course, I was at the Econo Lodge last September. I just moved into a Section 8 apartment, 1-bedroom apartment, which I'm happy to say, even though it's in Escondido, I'll take it. But I come here with a heavy heart on people that I know, 3 people now I know whose cars were their homes and their cars have been towed, and where are they gonna sleep tonight? And it just, you know, somehow code enforcement has to get together with these people because these are their homes. And where are they gonna sleep tonight when their cars are towed and they can't get their cars out of KOCT? And I know one of the persons working at this place, she's homeless. So, and the other thing I have to research, I don't have the figures, BlackRock, Vanguard, and State Street have bought up hundreds of thousands of acres of land to artificially raise the price of housing. And I have to do more research on how much land they have, how much land they've bought, and what they own, so they can come back here with some figures about that. Thank you for letting me speak.
Thank you. Jimmy Knott.
Mayor, council members, Jim Knott, 127 Sherry Lane. This past week here, I went through going due to a court case, some information that came to mind about the general plan update. And I referenced the city's website for the SAP. Well, it says under there that it would be adopted after the GPU is adopted. But I was sitting there thinking, what has the council said about that? And the staff has said about it. And it brought to mind some of the sayings that people have said, is that any plan 5 years old or older will require evaluation for updates and or adjustments. So therefore, the SAP, when it is referred to in any case of saying that the City of Oceanside will adopt it immediately when the GPU is done, is erroneous. So the thing is that the city itself will be taking and looking at the SAP and having to make adjustments. It's not going to be automatically adjusted, because otherwise, when you make a statement or staff makes a statement that any plan 5 years old or older needs to be looked at and evaluated for updates or adjustments, is wrong. Now, another thing is that in the general plan update, we need to look at aesthetics. We need to separate that as an entirely different section within the composition of it. Because what is aesthetics? You look at it. Right now we have a cacophony of noise, a vision field, and everything. Aesthetics brings beauty, brings silence, brings contemplation, brings that essence of humanity. This is something that we need to take a very close look at. Are we really improving the quality of life when we're doing it?
Thank you very much. Okay, now we're at Mayor and our council member comments, general council member comments. Any comments? No.
Thank you for the food.
Yeah, I've got a couple of things really fast. We did have Water Authority meeting, and because of the recent activities, their projections of raising the rates, I think it was 5.3 or 8%, has been lowered to 3% for this coming fiscal year and for 3 years in a row. So it has been lowered. The caution is we don't know what's going to happen with El Nino, of course, because of all the things that we're reliant on in terms of water. The other thing is an announcement that the San Diego Humane Society is on June 6th doing adoption fees waived for every pet. So join them on Saturday, June 6th to celebrate California Adopted a Pet Day with waived adoption fees for every available animal. The shelters will be open from 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. We can find a perfect match. Anyway, all right. I'm going to go ahead and adjourn this meeting to the next council meeting, which is June 17th, 2026 at 3:30 p.m. Meeting adjourned. Thank you, everybody, for all of your help, for all your work, and for all your patience. Thank you.
you.